Hold on to your butts, storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
My microphone, it was on the wrong side. It was on the wrong side of my desk, and I didn't even notice. I was like, let's do this thing. Let's get it going. Let's say some words into the... There's nothing in front of me. Good times, good times. Let's do a little adjustment here. What happened to my cable? Why is it being all wacky? Let's loop it over this way so it's not doing anything too crazy, why don't we? Yeah, there we go. There we go. How's everybody doing tonight? Let me get my chat pulled up so I can actually see what's going on. You would think I'd have... No, we're not... I'm not going to make that an actual command because we'd use it way too much. PDF. Way too much. I didn't realize that... Oh, I should wear something other than just a black t-shirt. I just kind of disappear into the darkness of my office this way. Oh, well, I guess we'll live. Project Dark Fox Kursala, there's Rangonius. How you doing today, man? Bear with me for a minute. I'm going to have a mug of coffee. Just managed to get sat down. We're going to be doing some acrylic painting today for a couple of reasons. First of all, as we should have learned over the last several months, every time I try to hardline myself, every time I try to, and no, that's not what David Carradine did. Every time I try to give myself like I'm gonna do the one project, or I'm just gonna use the one type of paint until damn it I'm good at it, I collapse almost immediately on that front because I'm totally full of shit. So I think I'm probably gonna stop doing that at some point. Just keep working on, you know what works best for me, and I think we learned this last year on the stream. Just gonna keep painting what I feel like. Data nerd, see, there we go. That's another thing that I was completely full of shit on. I need a mug of coffee right now. It has been a long day, and I had the option of either streaming or rather, I had the option of either napping or streaming after a mug of coffee. So we're gonna stream after a mug of coffee and make it work, damn it. Sumatha! 16 months of subscribing? 1 1/3 year indeed. Sumatha, thank you so much for that. Oh yeah, Sumatha, let's just arrange a day in the next week or so that we can meet up, because for instance, my wife is going to Costco right now because that's when she timed it, but I'm here streaming. And I was like, oh, I can't, I made that sound. It was pathetic. Yeah, no, let's just arrange a time in the next week. Let's go out and grab a bite to eat or something like that, and I'll bring the figures that I have for you. Thank you so much for that resub, man. Really, your support absolutely means the world. It's wonderful to see you in chat. And now you got the blue. You got the blue subscriber badge. I redid my subscriber badges somewhat arbitrarily. You'll notice that they start on the opposite end of the color wheel from purple, and then they kind of go around until the 2-year one, I believe, is now purple. I think 1.5 years, I didn't even realize. I hadn't checked my subscriber badges in so long. They unlocked the 1.5 and 2 years, and I was like, oh, I should have something for that, because we have people hitting 1.5 years, and they should at least, the least I could give you is a special color next to your name in chat. For the love of God. Right to Square? How you doing today, man? Thank you so much for that resub. Guys, thank you, all of you. Guys, these streams could just be me talking to an empty room so easily. So easily. And I seriously, thoroughly value the time that you guys spend here with me, sharing your love of the hobby with me. So indeed, so Roland, so... I watched Chronicles of Riddick again last night, over dinner. That fucking movie's ridiculous. I'm not even doing a play on the name of you know, ridiculous. Like, that's too easy. I'm not even doing that. The movie's just fucking ridiculous. You were... Wait, were you, Roland? Were you my first subscriber? Is that true? You got the founder badge. Where does it say that? Because founder is everyone who subscribes inside of the first week that subscriptions are available. And you definitely did that. You definitely did that. I can't wait. Oh my god, you guys, I should know who my first subscriber was. I'm gonna have to go back and look. We're gonna have to check the archives. Let me clean my glasses a little bit here. We also have a package from Rainy River Designs that I'm glad I looked at before I turned on my camera because I want to cover up my address, but we're going to be opening that here in just a minute. There we go. Knew I had a Sharpie somewhere. No, I was saving it, Kursala. I was saving it so we could do it on stream. Apparently you put some special stuff in there, and I figured we could have a look at it. Let's go ahead and... I'm trying not to show the label too much on stream anyway, but might as well black that out. Project Dark Fox, yes, we mind. Yes, we... Project Dark Fox, if you're not here to work, I don't want to fucking... No, I want that... Why? No. Of course. For the love of God, Project Dark Fox. Lurk and do some work, man. That's just fine. We're just happy to have you here at all, man. Oh, man. Glad there wasn't anything time-sensitive. What would be time-sensitive? If there's a bomb in this package, I'm going to be very, very upset, Data Nerd. What would you, like, you send me, like, a rodent? Or something and not tell me? What are you imagining you could send me that would be time-sensitive, that I would need to open it quickly? I would assume if it was time-sensitive, you write on the package, like, hey, open this. Like, soon. Pretty please. If there's anything biodegradable in there, I am concerned. We're going to be changing up the music here pretty soon. I've been looking at a couple of more curated playlists we can use. There's a band called, first of all, apparently we can use pretty much everything from Perturbator and from Carpenter Brute without many concerns here on the stream. Becomes a little bit more complex when it comes to monetizing on YouTube, but I don't really do that, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. And there's this really cool band called Starcadian that I discovered recently through the Daylight Gamer, who we're going to be integrating some of their music, also Gunship, because these bands have a general, they don't care. They don't care. If you monetize stuff with their music in it, their label will DMCA you, but if you're just using it on stream, apparently they don't give a shit. That's right, Dance with the Dead, also. So yeah, I've started putting that together, and we're going to be changing the music up again to something just a little bit more curated, so we have fewer instances of me going, what the hell are you doing to me, Pretzel? What are you playing? Why are you doing this? Cookies? I guess there could be cookies. But worst case scenario, Data Nerd, you send me some cookies, and, they're a little stale by the time I eat them. You know what? I would still pretend that they tasted every bit as good as I ate them live on stream. And now I want cookies. Son of a bitch. Why did you let's go and mention cookies? Been of that tyrant. May never have encountered you in this community had you not. We've got a couple more tyrants that I need to get on the desk, Sumitha. And I'm making an effort right now. I've been doing oil painting on stream for a little while. And, it's been good. I've learned a lot of lessons, but something that I'm learning about myself as a painter and as a streamer, doing oil paints and sort of learning live, I have a hard time doing new... and this sounds so obvious when I say it out loud, but I have a hard time doing new things that I don't have a lot of practice with and streaming at the same time. I get very, very distracted from chat because I'm having to think a lot about every step that I'm taking, and then when I hit a point where I'm like, okay, what do I do now? I've got to really think about... Whereas with acrylics, I'm just like, yeah, just fling the paint down, and I'm very confident with it. I'm not saying that we're not going to do new things on the stream in the future. I'm just indulging in more of an effort to regulate that because my Instagram feed right now is fucking dead. I haven't finished a model in over a month, and I want to fix that. I just want to get some things done, so we're going to be taking some steps to, the other part of it, too, I've noticed with oils is you guys have seen how easy the blending is with oils, and I enjoy doing that, but it also gives me this, like... It's like because it's relatively easy to do high-level paint jobs with oils. I say relatively. It's easier to do higher-level techniques with oils, certain ones. I feel internal pressure to push my own standard of painting higher, and I don't know why I'm doing that to myself. It's just a psychological thing that I'm working on. Because, like, I say it on here all the time, like, I'm painting pieces to play with, and then I'll, like, let me spend 8 hours on this one model so I can do a super, like, these two goals are incongruous. So, we're taking a step back, we're taking a deep breath, we're gonna return to some of our basics, and we're gonna try to just get some fucking models done. Guys, how does that sound? Does that sound good to you? Because it sounds good to me. Also, today will be my first logged time for what we are calling the Miniature Minutes. This is the first time I've sat down inside of the month of August to paint some minis, so I'm going to be charting this as the first entry. It's nothing big, it's not like a huge program or anything like that. I did start a channel on the Discord for it where you can participate if you want. I'm just going to be keeping track of how much time I'm spending in any given week painting and then breaking that down into individual projects as I try to get a better handle on how long it takes me to do certain things. So if you'd like to participate, if you'd like to start logging your hobby time and chat about it, please feel free to do it right along with me. I'm going to open this package before I switch over to my camera so that I can just crack it. Just crack it right open. Why don't we take a look at what Rainy River Designs has in store for me. See, I'm just not gonna show the label. I'm just not gonna show it at all. See, I'm learning. And they said I don't learn things. What a bunch of jerks. Nice little thank you for supporting Rainy River Designs. Very thoughtful indeed. Got a QR code on there. What did we get? So here up top will probably be the things that I ordered. We have the Amore, which is just a nice, lovely, kind of almost purplish red. Oh, I actually made some swatches of colors that I need to send to you, Kursala.
But your camera is not.
There we go. It's blood. It's blood. Yeah, that's kind of what I want to use it for. We got some oil spill model stain here, which I wanted to give a try to. It looks like it's kind of a blue-black wash is what I'm getting from this. Data Nerd, please do. You know how forgetful I can be. And I'll halfway do a project, and then I'll just fail to do the last step. We got some Witching Rock, which I'm running out lately of my Stonewall Gray from Vallejo Game Color, and I thought it might be kind of similar, and it looks like it is. It looks like it's a touch lighter, but very, very similar. So we'll be giving that a try. This was what I was really looking forward to. Oh, not this, sorry. This is Patrician's Garb. Just a nice purple tone. Very, very rich, very blue. That should be good to use. What I'm really looking forward to, I think, is down here. This was the primary reason I put in the order, was for, the overlay color Amethyst, which I'm going to be trying to use as kind of a filter to bring some of my purple highlights together. And then we got a little bit of this here Mystic Thunder, which... Is this one metallic? It is. Yeah, that's right. This cap is the metallics. That should be interesting. Kind of like a lavender metallic. I'm into that. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. For whatever reason, let me adjust my depth of field here. We should be able to have more in focus at any given time than that. That should be a little bit better. Yeah. What else we got? What else we got? Some Hungry Skull. Interesting. Was this a part of my order, or did you put this in here as a sampler? I don't think I've used this one. I haven't looked at it before. Looks like it's just kind of a high, warm white. This is a sample. Okay. Interesting. What would I compare that to? Does my camera look really blue right now to anybody? Maybe it's just on my screen. Not sure why that is. So my thought was to compare it first of all to Skeleton Bone, which is very, very similar to Skeleton Bone, though a little bit brighter. Let's take a look at how it compares to Birch, which is one of the samples I'm going to sell you. So Birch is a little darker, a little more yellow than this is. Just a little yellower. Yeah, this is one of the samples I've actually put down to send to you because I really quite like Birch. We'll have to give that a try on something. What else we got? What else we got in our box here? Oh, we got some agitators. Thank you kindly for that. Yes, yes, yes. The Glittering Horde Variety Pack. I wanted to try some of these Rainy River Designs metallics, so I kind of opted for a variety here. We have Tarnished Treasure, which looks like kind of a bronzy, dark brown gold. We got Furnace Glow, which is much more of a copper. We have our Sterling Luster, which is, of course, a very silver metallic, and then Pyrite, which is a very high yellow, I would say more brass than gold. Nice. Very nice. Nice little box that it came in, too. I like that. I like these little collection boxes. These are a nice touch, Kursala. Anything else? Anything else? Oh! They sent me this amazing shredded card. This is exactly what I wanted, you guys. You made my fucking day. You made my whole month. I'm gonna make sure that this shredded cardboard filling finds a place of honor on my painting desk. Actually, like this, as far as like just recycling stuff and using it for packing, this is actually a really good idea. It's better than bubble wrap or any of the usual trash that I wind up throwing away. Free messy toy! Alright, we got a good collection of new paints. We'll have the chance to try a few of them out tonight. Thinking definitely Amethyst, maybe some of this Patrician's Garb. Probably not the metallics, though. Part of my getting back to basics right now, I think I'm gonna take some time and switch away from the focus I've been putting on... Because I've been doing a lot of attempts at non-metallic metal lately. Some of them have been more successful than others. I'm gonna try to go back to true metallics on a few projects for a little while. Not these Warcaster things that I'm doing tonight, but I have some other things in mind. It looks wonderful, Data Nerd. We're working on packaging for Hextech right now through Steel Warrior Studios. It's an interesting process. It's a very, very interesting process. Hey, POV, good to see you. Amethyst is good. I haven't used it yet, but I have something. I want to try it out tonight on sort of using it like a filter to bring some of these purples together into a more reasonable blend. And I realized I was having dangerous thinking when I was like, I should just oil paint the rest. No, fuck you. I've started on these in acrylics. We're gonna continue to work in acrylics for the rest of Warcaster. Take a lot longer to dry than you might think. So what I might do, what I'm thinking is, and I was just talking about this on the Discord, I might try doing some comparisons, because I continue to try to think of ways to integrate oil painting that doesn't just completely replace what I'm doing with acrylics, which I'm more comfortable with for the most part. And maybe just using oils as kind of like a top filter for colors to blend acrylic layers is not a bad idea. So I'm thinking I might try that on some of these purple panels here and see how it goes. Oh, I'm very much looking forward to that POV. I'll finish my coffee and we'll get going here. Let me go ahead and set these over. I had this realization as I was getting ready tonight. I'm like, I haven't put water in my paint cup. It seems like forever. I've got my wet palette here. It had just been sitting with a dry sponge in it for so long. So yeah, we're gonna back to the old familiar for a little bit, just to remind myself that I do actually know how to paint. Hey, what's up, Sheza? I'm not gonna compliment. You know what? I'll tell you what compliment I can give High Life. I can give one solid compliment to High Life, and that is that it has Robert Pattinson in it. Did you redeem one and I missed it? I'm sorry, Sheza. My compliment is that they had the wisdom to hire Robert Pattinson, who was a fantastic actor. That's the beginning and end of it, and I will go no further. Let me adjust my chat window a little bit here so I can see a little bit more of the stream feed. Recent mechs were done with Rainy River Designs Patrician's garb. It seems like a really good color. I like the look of this, and I'm looking for more and more replacements. As I use up my extensive paint collection, I'd like to replace more and more of it with, damn. See, I think of Runic Purple as like a really vivid purple, but Patrician's garb is, whew, holy shit. We'll play with it some and see where it lands. So how is everybody tonight? What are we working on? What are our plans? Oh, I have to do a little bit of repair work tonight, too. And actually, I might as well get started on the gluing on that. This Eternus Continuum Weaver fell. This was kind of amazing to me. This model, like, I like the design of the model, but I hate so many of the mechanical aspects of it. It's all metal. And I dropped it from about almost 3 feet. It fell almost 3 feet onto my desk. And, no part of it broke. Like, there are numerous glue points on here, and none of them broke, which made me really happy. It didn't break off the base. Surprisingly, it was completely intact. All that happened was it chipped. See that little bit of metal that's exposed right there? You can see? That's the only thing that happened to it. It landed right there. Nothing was deformed. Nothing broke. It just chipped that little bit of paint off that I've got to fix today. It just fell off of its base. Like, maybe its glue points were weakened by that, and it took some time, but it just fell off its base after I used it in a game, which was silly. But yeah, I'm gonna glue this back down, and it has really weak glue connection points, you'll note, because it has tiny little feet, but, you know, we'll live. We'll live. Get myself a file and fix that up real quick. Rio, good to see you, man. How are things? Working on getting your Ghost Barrow Mega Galaxy Viper done tonight so you can play with it at the FLGS tomorrow. I am so glad that people are... I gave one. I caught up to it, Project Dark Fox. I said something nice about High Life, even if it was largely disingenuous. I still said it. Just rough these surfaces up a little bit so they'll take glue nicely. Waiting patiently for your razor chair to be here Thursday. Nice! Very nice. And, yeah, I'm so glad that people are... It's been a weird time in this stream. The stream has existed... Like, we got started just before the pandemic really hit, and now it seems like it's been going on fucking forever. But it's a hobby stream, and for so much of the hobby stream, people haven't been able to go to their hobby stores and play their fucking games. And now, finally, at long last, people are able to get out there, and it is exciting to see you find folk getting out there and actually playing with your models. What a concept. It's never going to be the strongest glue attachment unless I... See, here's the thing, too. Like, I thought I could drill and pin the feet, but man, look how tiny these legs are. That'd be such a challenge to get a pin all the way up in there without coming out the side at any point. I mean, damn. So I kind of just deal with the fact that these models are delicate. Do I take commissions? I really don't, Sheza. Like I do, but it's on such a few and far between sort of basis that I might as well just say that I don't. Now you have 3 fully painted forces, so go Pandemic! Yay, Pandemic! No, let's not cheer on the coronavirus, guys. I have done commission painting in the past. I'm not very good at it. First of all, I'm terrible with deadlines, you might have noticed, hanging out on the stream here. My work ethic is so dependent on what it is I'm enthusiastic about at any given time. Like, if I'm excited about a project, I'll spend 48 hours doing nothing but that, and it'll just fucking get done. If I'm like, oh, I've got to do this thing, it might take me 3 months to do a day's worth of work. So that doesn't mesh all that well with commission painting. And then when I finally do get projects done, every time I've sent off a commission, I've, like, wept a little bit. I'm always kind of sad to be sending off my babies that I've worked so hard on. I like to keep everything that I paint. I'm very selfish. I'm a very selfish man. And a very good morning to you, Mafik. I like being able to pop over into Mafik's channel on the Discord now and kind of get caught up on what he's working on before I see it for the first time in the Storm Report. Unless he's posting new things to the Storm Report and not in his channel, in which case I guess he could bamboozle me, sort of. Yeah, we'll see, Roland. I'm reluctant to make too many plans right now because it's unclear how things are gonna go. We're supposed to be seeing Sabaton around the time that also the Delta variant could be kicking up real bad, so it's like, well, I got tickets, wait and see. I'd rather lose the money that I spent on some Sabaton tickets not being able to go than have them play and not have tickets because I thought I wouldn't be able to be there, you know? Manix the Lemur, how you doing? What kind of glue are you using on your metal minis? I almost exclusively use Loctite Gel Super Glue, Manix. Gorilla Glue sometimes, but mostly Super Glue. I'll do epoxy sometimes when I'm feeling real squirrely, and most of the time I do try to drill and pin my metal minis. This is just one case where it's like this particular model is very unfriendly to that. So I'm using the power of hope. Tickets to a concert next week. Well, now's the time to get out and do it. Ours is in, I think early October, and I feel like that might be about the time everybody's closing down again. We shall see. Ooh, that's a lot more came out than I thought was gonna. This is a fresh bottle, so it's kind of just oozing out. Don't mind if there's a little excess. If it bunches around the edges, it'll give it a decent hold. And I anticipate probably having to re-glue this model later. Hopefully, one day we'll get some Eternus Continuum Weavers that aren't wearing, like, cybernetic high heels. Let this set for just a minute. A little moisture never hurt. Employers back to requiring masks as of this week. Closing down's gonna happen before October, I think. Yeah, it's... nobody knows. I don't know, but I'm just planning on everybody being as... You know, was it P.T. Barnum who said, or was it just attributed to him? So many of these quotes get attributed to people these days that didn't really originally say it, but was it that no one ever went broke betting on the stupidity of the populace? Yeah. Yeah. I don't mind the cyber heals as much as I mind the, like, Zerg heals that they gave Kerrigan in StarCraft 2. It's always what it makes me think of. Like, the most impractical high heals in the history of anything. She has the option of growing her own carapace in any shape that she wants, and she chooses to grow some fucking heals. Okay. That was hardly my only problem with StarCraft 2, let me tell you. Speaking of StarCraft 2 and sucking, Blizzard. Am I right? Just Blizzard. What's going on? I haven't paid any attention to Blizzard for a few years now. I pretty much wrote them off as a company after Diablo 3. I think I tuned back in briefly when they pulled that bullshit with the Diablo mobile game. You know, the don't you guys have phones? And I was like, ha ha ha, you suck as a company. But then I just stopped paying attention to them because I don't really consume anything from them. But it looks like recently they're really doing their best to shove their feet all the way to the backs of their throats. StarCraft 2 wasn't bad, Shock 21. If I had to give you my succinct complaints about StarCraft 2, it would be that they sold me the 3 campaigns of it separately, and that the campaigns got progressively worse storyline-wise as they went along until I got to the last campaign, and I was like, these aren't characters that I recognize or remember from any previous installment. They just got hyper-dramatic. Hyper-dramatic. Not that StarCraft wasn't dramatic, but it was like it was written by a different peoples. By a different peoples, you can quote me on that. Good enough for her to balance for a little while, let that glue set proper. Yep, I'll set her over there and we'll do a little paint repair work on her in a bit. That's just it though. I love Jim Raynor, and the guy who was in like Wings of Liberty and shit, like, was not Jim Raynor as far as I can tell. I was really quite angry at the end of Wings of Liberty when he killed his boy. Now I don't remember the character's name. It's been so long since I've actually played it. Basically, he killed a fairly loyal human soldier who was also a friend of his. Tychus, thank you. Yeah, it's him, Shock21. Like, I didn't think Tychus did anything wrong over the course of the campaign. I thought Tychus was like a fucking bro. And then Raynor murders Tychus because Tychus was like, hey, we should kill this mass-murdering alien hybrid lady. And Raynor's like, no! Like, that doesn't seem... What? Huh? Did he, though, Shock? Like, did he? Raynor was acting pretty sus, like, the whole time. I was really thinking of grabbing the Diablo 2 remake, then this recent fucking nixed that. Yeah, just play, like, Path of Exile, man. Path of Exile, if you don't care about the seasons or the, like, competitive aspects of the game, like, just playing it in the same way that you would play Diablo 2, it has a lot of the same tone that Diablo 2 had, and I don't think Blizzard's capable of doing dark storylines anymore. Everything Blizzard does is so fucking Disney anymore. Everything's so clean. I'm going to try a little bit of this amethyst first thing and see how it does. Oh, Coral, how you doing today, man? I should use my mixer. Maybe the most bizarre thing, Shock21, is that she was still, like, ridiculously hot even after she went alien, which, by the way, is one of my complaints. Because, like, in Brood War, her animation, she was kind of gross. Like, she still had the face, but she was gross. Her skin was nasty, and she had all that crap growing under the sides of her face, and you didn't get that much detail on her character other than that. And then when they redid her for StarCraft 2, she's, like, full sexy boob plates, and she grew chitinous high heels. She grew chitinous high heel shoes. What? What? That blew my fucking mind. Now, just a touch of amethyst, and let's see how it does. I'll take a little touch of Patrician's garb while I'm at it. Yeah, that's just it. It's not like, you know, it's really a mystery why they did it, Sumitha. It's painfully obvious why they did it. It's just disappointing. Ooh, I haven't used my nice brushes, and it seems like forever. Let's use the crappiest of my nice brushes. I'll tell you, it's not worry. It's nice not having to worry, like, at all about getting my paint on myself. Not that it's catastrophic if I do that with oils or anything like that, but it's certainly a bit more of a pain in the ass. So I'm just going to try putting this over this shoulder here to kind of blend these colors together.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I will.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
It's actually working pretty nicely. See how it looks when it dries. I'm going to use a little bit of water to take some of it off the top here, just thin it at the apex. Brought those highlights together pretty well. Now, I'm going to try something a little bit different. I'm going to pull out one of my oils for just a moment.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely.
It's true.
Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Use just a touch of oil. I'm going to put it on the other shoulder because I'm curious what it's going to look like. What have I got for purples? I've got my magenta. I've got dioxazine purple. That's real opaque. I don't want to do that. I think I'm just going to try a touch of this magenta and see what it does. Really quite thin. Just a dab of white spirits to go with it. There we go. I'm going to try this on the other shoulder, and then I'm going to do a visual comparison. Because if I can integrate oils into my acrylic painting process as just like filters on top of chunky highlights, that seems worth doing. But I want to test it out. I feel like this is something other people have been doing for a while, but, you know, I don't learn lessons. So then that blended nicely with the amethyst over there. I'm just using some of my magenta oil paint on this side, really quite thin down, over the purple. See how it does. Ooh, man, oil paints have they can be just so damn vivid. Seems like it's a question of saturation. The oil paint just gets so saturated. But at the same time, it's so transparent that the chunkiness of the highlights almost kind of doesn't matter. The answer might be somewhere between the two. So we'll let that sit, see how we like it, and then we'll decide what our final step is going to be later. Happy Heretic, how are you doing today? Wait, this isn't Kenny's stream? Fuck off, I'm looking for my mate Kenny. There's no chance, Colonel Matthew Steiner, no chance at all that that's a reference to Peep Show, is it? Just on the off chance. You could have just picked the name Kenny randomly, but that is a gag that happens in Peep Show, and I'm just curious. I'm just curious. How you doing today, Colonel Matthew Steiner? I'm gonna move this out of the way so I don't make a mess of it. Alright, now back to work on the rest of these fools. These guys have been sitting on my desk for a while. It looks like I was just working my way up through the yellows, so let's keep going with that. It's not that I'm directly comparing them to Oils Kursala. They were two separate things that I wanted to try. Depending on the color, either one's going to be a good option. Okay. I just thought there might have been a chance. I'm always on the lookout for somebody else who loves Peep Show. It's kind of an amazing show. Let's pop that off there. Get some pale yellow. A little bit of my Pro Acryl. And my other yellows that I am using, which of course it's been long enough I don't remember, but I only have so many yellows to pick from, so how wrong can I really get it at the end of the day? Heavy gold brown, candlelight yellow up to pale yellow. 3 is more than enough. It is a great show. It really, really is. Oh, hold on, I missed a couple of things here. Last night I have anxiety and art for Halloween, so I decided, fuck it. Post it and make another for Halloween skits. Do whatever you want, Mafik. She was horrifying looking, the feel of the scene of thank you, Jim, for everything. My pleasure, darling, always was. Would have had a completely different feeling to it. But that scene shouldn't have been there. Really, I don't think. I broadly disagree with a lot of the choices that were made story arc-wise in Wings of Liberty and StarCraft 2 in general. I forgot to get something to drink. Thank you for the reminder, Happy Heretic. Let me grab something, I'll be right back. There we go. Much better. For you and Darkheart, thank you so much. Okay. What the fuck am I doing? Oh yeah, that's right. Get some of my candlelight yellow down here too. See, here's a good example of why we need the more... Hang on. This is what I get when I let my paint sit for a little while. Just go ahead and fix this. This is why we need the more curated music list, because like this, what the fuck is this? This is way too downbeat for what I'm doing. Let's fix that. Yeah, a lot of Reaper paints are really, really nice, Darkheart. I quite like them. Okay, so don't play that again. Thank you. So I'm going to try my Candlelight Yellow and see how that compares to the last bit of paint that actually went down on this figure, because I haven't worked on it for a little while. See how close we are. Looks like one step up. Now switch brushes though. I picked out the worst brush to start with. How do I paint, you guys? Does anyone remember? I use this Artist Opus brush. I don't like it, but this one at least is in decent shape. Yeah, that was a particularly egregious offense, I have to agree. Epic my ass. I forgot how to draw. This happens. This happens sometimes. Sometimes we who pretend to be artists just kind of forget what it is that we fucking do for a little while. So how the memes doing today? The current meme, the big meme of the day, seems to be the whole Games Workshop refugee meme. Everybody talking about them switching to BattleTech. I was talking about this with Sumitha a little bit earlier on Discord. It's a fun meme. I enjoy a meme as much as the next guy. It's bullshit, but, you know, it's fun. We got anybody in here who's currently abandoning Games Workshop? Because I'd like to encourage you to do so. I don't really like them very much. Suck up paint with a straw, spit it at the wall. All I know about painting is the brush goes in the mouth at some point, right? That depends entirely on who taught you to paint, Happy Heretic, but at some point, yeah, it can. You can do that. Yeah, that was exactly what we were saying, White Wolf. Like, the people right now who are going, I'm switching from Warhammer 40k to BattleTech, don't have any fucking clue what they're talking about. They clearly don't know what BattleTech is. And most of them are going to try Alpha Strike a few times, and then quickly find themselves going back to either Games Workshop or just a more similar game system to Warhammer 40k. You can't really replace one with the other. I'd like to encourage them to leave Games Workshop permanently and go to companies like Warlord or Mantic or even Spiral Arm Studios. But I strongly suspect that all of them will return. Those of you who participate in the Warhammer 40k community and have for some time will recognize this as like every 2 years or so, we go through this process where everyone's like, I'm quitting Games Workshop forever, this is the last straw, and they're back buying the exclusives again within a month every single goddamn time. Or the exact same game. Change my mind. Oh no. The best comparison I can give is, like, most of the players who play Warhammer 40k right now, and I said this to Sumitha earlier as well, most of the players who play Warhammer 40k right now got into the game with, like, 8th, 9th edition. They're not old school players. Not that many people played the game back in the day. They're like 8th, 9th edition recent acquisitions. And if you took those people and said, okay, now you have to play Warhammer 40k 2nd or 3rd edition, they'd laugh in your fucking face and they'd quit. Because this is not an easy game to play. And BattleTech has much, much more in common with, like, 3rd edition Warhammer 40k than it does almost any modern game system. Now, if they had done something like, we're all going to switch to Infinity, you know what? I buy that more. Because Warhammer 40k players could pick up Infinity without changing too much of what they do. It's a little more complex, but not insurmountably so. And, furthermore, I don't know if you guys have seen this new plastic that Infinity is working with. I kind of want to get my hands on some of it. No spreadsheets in 40k. There used to, that's what I'm saying, like 3rd edition. There used to be spreadsheets in 40k. Far fewer of them now. Anyone tried Gamma Wolves? Drakari, I've seen a few things about it. The guys over at Death Ray Designs seem to really like it, but I haven't played it myself. Though, if you go give a follow to the Armed Painter here on Twitch, I'm sure you can ask him about it live. Ask Justin. He would be more than happy to tell you about it. Why, hello there, Riot Sister. How are we doing today?
Hello there.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
I have to say, this is so nice, just falling back into all my old muscle memory habits right now, and they're all working instead of trying to fight them like I have been recently. I'm gonna keep painting in oils, guys, but I do need these little breaks. Talon Games using the same plastic. So, okay, yeah, that was my actual primary question, White Wolf, and the reason that I wanted to get my hands on the plastic that they're using for Infinity, because everything, all the descriptions of it, I'm like, that sounds like Dualcast. That sounds like what they're doing at Talon. And if that's the plastic they're switching to, I hate to even say this out loud, but I'm going to say it. If that's the plastic that they're switching to, I might pick up some Infinity. If they switch to that plastic for enough figures, I might pick up some Infinity. It takes a lot to get me to paint metal models, he said, painting a metal model. Matt Yee, I spy with my little eye someone who confuses me on at least 4 levels. Matt Yee, it's wonderful to see you. Guys, if you're not following, the talented Matt Yee, a man who makes oil painting look easy and a little bit dirty. That is a stream that you should be following right here on Twitch. Go ahead and head over onto that channel and drop a follow. Check out his next stream. How you doing today, Matt? And Wombat Combat and Dr. Rhino, man, we got the alumni in here today. We got some painting royalty. Seriously though, if you guys have not followed Wombat Combat or Dr. Rhino, you're welcome. You're welcome for now hearing about them, getting to go give them a follow and find out how amazing they are, because those are going to be the next steps. What is up, my bearded brother? Well, you know, I'm doing a little acrylic painting today after a significant amount of experimentation in oil, and I gotta say, it feels good. It feels good to feel like I know what the fuck I'm doing again. I needed to take a break from being confused in my own stream and do something where I felt pretty confident. And I do feel pretty confident with my acrylics. How are the AdMech going there, Wombat Combat? I'm not gonna give anybody shit, by the way. Like, I got my problems with Games Workshop on a personal level, and I don't really buy anything from them. But I'm not gonna give anybody shit in this stream for painting Games Workshop. They make fucking fantastic models, and you have no real reason to care about the extra stuff.
I know
So
you're
don't-
really focused under
Don't let anybody,
your
like,
camera
shame you into it. I don't know what's up with my depth of field today. I don't seem to be able to maintain a decent focus, but do let me know if I move out of it. Maybe I need more light. I'm a fan of the paint pots. Yeah, that's the best thing they make. Are we doing opposite day? Is that what we're doing, Matt? I love the price of Games Workshop's Citadel sprue cutters. I think that they are really, really well priced and some of the best sprue cutters on the market. For that matter, I love the price on their flash remover. Everybody should buy it. No, I can't keep that up. Like, at all. Not even for a minute. Jesus. Games Workshop is a weird company. They definitely have this sort of cultural inertia about them, where it's like I don't think that any of these. First of all, I don't think this protest is really a thing. Like, people are saying, "I'm leaving Games Workshop forever." I don't believe you. I don't believe you. They will go back to it, and I feel for the people who right now are thinking like, "I'm gonna switch to BattleTech." Because I'm like, these people are going to get one look at classic BattleTech and go screaming for the fucking hills. They don't understand the world that they're entering. It's a fundamentally different game, but more than anything else, like, I hope that this can be educational for some 40k players. Some, obviously, many of them understand this. But some players need to understand what it is the game companies do. Because it's not just make models. In many cases, there are game companies who just make models. Yes, this is true. But those aren't really the good ones? They create games. They support games. They run tournaments. They give out prize support. They regularly maintain their rules. They release new rule books. They balance things around a competitive market. And I'm not saying the Games Workshop does all of these things really, really well, but they do all of these things. They at least make attempts at these things. And if you're coming from a world like that, from 40k, where things are in fact maintained and updated and fresh and new, and going to BattleTech, where the rule system hasn't been updated in 30 fucking years and competitive balance is a joke, and not even a very good one, you're not gonna last very long, man. You have to have a lot of your own. You've got to put a lot of effort into playing some of these other games, whereas games like companies like Games Workshop cater to people who don't really want to pay that much attention, and that's fine. I understand that. It's a game. That's what's drawn in a whole lot of their players, for that matter. Yeah, I know the feeling, Wombat. And yes, we all should play Conquest, because Conquest is genuinely a fucking great game with a lot of support behind it. And a Dark Heart, personally, I don't have that much of a problem with the prices of Games Workshop models, just because, are they expensive? Yeah, they're also, like, some of the best designed models on the planet, and I don't just mean materials-wise, I mean, like, they are designed to be painted. There are considerations put into Games Workshop models that you don't even know to look for when you get started painting, but once you don't have them, they're gonna bug you. They really make fantastic models specifically. They do a lot of other shit that's very, very shady, but their models are great. Wish you liked the Conquest armies, Matt Yee. What don't you like about them, out of curiosity? Maybe I can change your mind. I probably can't, but... And you probably don't even want me to, but maybe I can, who knows? Yeah, there are a couple of armies coming to Conquest that I think are going to fire people's imagination. Oh yeah, Matt, then keep your eyes open for the Old Dominion, because yeah, their version of the Undead is coming out next year. We've seen a couple of the sculpts so far, and they really are like an Empire Ascendant, like the Roman Empire, but so depleted of manpower and replete with necromantic energy that they opt to use constructs in place of soldiers. Yeah, the Old Dominion looks cool. They're also coming out with the city-states, which are very much, like, Greek-inspired, but if Greek armies had access to, like, minotaurs and shit. There'll probably be an aesthetic that speaks to you, Matt. And I gotta say, with the quality of their sculpts and the fact that they keep improving with every release, I would love to see your painting style on some of those models, Matt. Your style is so damn striking. Okay, so something worth noting, I do feel like painting with oils for a while has done some work for my brush control. I'm feeling better about it. As soon as I said that, I'm gonna fuck something up, but, you know, that's the way of things. And a very good evening to you, Datron Voltari. How are you doing today? I mean, to be fair, I think that that thought occurred to quite a number of us, Dr. Rhino. We were all thinking, like, Matt's style on some of them sculpts. I'd love to see what Matt Yee could do with the spires, personally, but apparently the spires don't excite him.
Oh, I'm Matt and I have standards. My name's Matt Yee and I go poo-poo in my pants.
That's not slander, by the way, because I'm quoting him from one of his own streams. I believe we clipped that one. I believe we did. Hypnotic Mom, how are you doing today? It is wonderful to see you in chat. Welcome, welcome in. Exactly. See, Fire 9 or 3 absolutely gets it. The spires look like a bunch of goobers. I mean, they are a bunch of goobers. By definition. I think if you read their lore description, it actually starts with a bunch of goobers, and then it goes on from there. Swap to the next guy. And see if I can't speed up my process a little bit. Keep it simple, stupid. Hurts my feelings, but it's great advice. The chili was very spicy that day, always with the excuses. And to think I recommended your channel. You can't even own pooping your pants. God. I expected more of you, Mr. Yee. I haven't seen Tenet. I have not seen Tenet. I don't really know anything. That's not true. I know something about it. I think I watched the Screen Rant pitch meeting on it, so I get the idea that it's about, like, time moving backwards and stuff. Right? Is that Tenet, or was that another one? I don't know. I haven't seen it, though. You know what movie I just watched? Have you guys seen Mandy? With Nicolas Cage? First of all, I've been told that I need to watch Pig with Nick Cage. Everybody says, like, it's the most amazing movie and you have to watch it, and I feel like I probably will. Because Nick Cage is one of those actors who, he will deliver precisely as good of a performance as the director makes him deliver. He won't oversell himself at any point, but he takes direction so well that if you have a good director, he can deliver some amazing performances. At the same time, he can deliver absolute garbage. Yeah, stop giving Christopher Nolan money and hire him a goddamn editor. Clearly he needs somebody holding his hand. Mandy, though, was fucking amazing. Mandy's actually the reason that I rewatched Chronicles of Riddick last night, because the Mandy has to do with a cult. A very, like, Charlie Manson-style cult. And, oh, yeah, that's right, Pattinson is in it. I'll probably watch it when it becomes free on one of my services. I watch way worse movies than Tenet could possibly be. I'm sure I'll watch it. What was I saying, though? I think I was talking about Mandy. Okay, yeah, the guy who plays the cult leader in Mandy is the Purifier from Chronicles of Riddick. You know, the dude with the funny little skull cap on who tries to sell everybody on becoming a space death cultist? Who, admittedly, his like, as much as I love his scene, which I'm gonna push the button because it's from the scene. Are you ready for the button? Here comes the button. As much as I love his really awesome scene in Chronicles of Riddick, like, nobody was buying what he was selling until the Lord Marshal showed up and, like, ripped some dude's soul clean out of his body, which I feel like they should just lead with that. They should lead with, if you don't join us, I will rip out your soul, and also I can do that. And people would be much more open-minded, I think, about the whole necromonger deal. But, you know, they're not hiring me for HR for their space cult, so... But yeah, same dude. And he delivers an awesome performance in Mandy. And yeah, in many ways, he wasn't a hillbilly. Wombat Combat, Nick Cage in Mandy was not a hillbilly. Come on, that's not fair. I don't even think, were they in the Appalachians? I thought that they were in, like, the Pacific Northwest, but they don't actually say. And I'm pretty sure to be a hillbilly, that is Appalachia specific. Also totally called while I was watching it when they show his girlfriend Mandy doing her art, like she's doing this crazy artscape, this fantasy madness. As I'm watching it, I'm like, oh, that looks like that's Julie Bell's art, because obviously the actress wasn't doing it; it was somebody else's art. I was like, oh, I didn't say that's Julie Bell's art. I said, oh, that looks just like Julie Bell. And it comes to the credits, and it's Mandy's art, Julie Bell. I was like, fuck yes! Oh, I know my fantasy art. It was a tiny victory, but I celebrated it anyway. Oh, you were talking about Pig. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen Pig. I want to, based on what people are saying about it. Where did I put my finger in? Something sticky. Unfortunate. Necromongers, so weird. I fucking love the Necromongers. Like, David Twohy is an edgy fucking weirdo who got really obsessed with the concept of Riddick and a bunch of, like, Chronicles of Riddick is a supremely cheeseball movie. And not even really that good, but it's like high space fantasy, which is a genre that I don't think we get anywhere near enough of, broadly speaking. And if I'm being honest, I feel like Riddick, the titular character who these chronicles are about, is one of the least interesting characters in the whole damn thing. I skipped a step here and I'm seeing it now, so I'm gonna fix it. He's absolutely one of the least interesting characters. The most interesting characters are like Vaco and the Lord Marshal and the Purifier, and the Necromongers in general. Way more interesting. Real art has paint splattered in random patterns. Yeah, we're gonna... Eventually I'm gonna give up and go full Jackson Pollock. We'll get there, just give it time. How you doing, Pyre? I need to do a quick intermediary step with this heavy gold brown on some of these pieces. I'm remembering how I did this now. This is why you shouldn't go too long between working on the same project. Between sessions, that is. Oh, did she? Hang on. There's nothing about cookies. There's nothing about... No, I was just saying... We were talking about things that could be sent to me that would be perishable, and cookies came up. But there are no cookies. Please, Matt, Mr. Yi is my father. Do you know the rules around painting minis with exposed tatas? Looking at bestiaria miniature sculpts, and they are hot. So, I can tell you, Matt, how one streamer got around that. I think nips are a no-go. Exposed nips on Twitch are generally a no-go, and they will come down on that. But, Steal a Rebel paints on OnlyFans. When I'm not gonna make you send me cookies. I'm not gonna do it. You don't have to send me any cookies. It's okay. I'll be fine. Yeah, she does her nip painting streams on OnlyFans, which I think is what you might wind up having to do if that's what you want to do, Matt. Twitch is weirdly puritanical, but only if you are not making them money. Which neither of us are making them as much money as, say, you know, Amaranth or any of the other ASMR hot tub streamers. Those are air quotes. They're really lazy air quotes, but they're air quotes. So they won't let us do that. We're not hot enough, Matt. I'm sorry. Yeah, sure, why not, Riot Sister? Let's make that the new stream lore. Put paint in a tumbler with a piece of paper and you'll make millions! Millions, I tell you! As far as artistic expression goes, I have to say that whole thing that Banksy pulled with the auction of the piece of art that then shredded itself, I thought was fucking hilarious. I was so into that. Got tickets for the Suicide Squad? Fuck yeah, everybody's saying good things about Suicide Squad, and I'm really, really glad to hear it. Because I am excited for that movie, and I hope that it does really, really well. DC needs a win right now. By right now, I mean at all, because every movie they've released has been fucking trash. That's not fair. That's not fair. Shazam was not trash, and I enjoyed Shazam. The first Wonder Woman was, I agree with you, POV, okay. It got a lot of praise simply because it wasn't complete garbage, but it was okay, and the ending was not great. And then the second Wonder Woman was like, what the fuck are you even thinking? They added the Pyre. They added the, so it's the Suicide Squad instead of just Suicide Squad. I'm really pretty excited for the Suicide Squad, though. Everything about it seems pretty interesting. I just noticed on the cast list yesterday, Mongal, which kind of blew my mind. I was looking at the pictures of her, and I was like, wait, Mongal? Like Mongol the Younger's sister? Like Warworld Mongal? James Gunn has a habit of, and apparently a love of, digging out really obscure, far-out characters when he does these comic book movies, and I'm really, really on board for that. Because that says to me, like, man, holy shit, what if they let James Gunn do a Warworld movie? It would basically be, like, their chance at doing a treatment on Planet Hulk. Because the Warworld Superman storyline is very Planet Hulk-esque. But since Thor Ragnarok only touched on Planet Hulk, like, it used elements of Planet Hulk, but didn't really go into it, it just kind of, it sort of bounced off it. It was Planet Hulk adjacent for the sake of Thor having Hulk in it. They could do a Warworld storyline and make it pretty badass, I think. Hello, hi diddly ho neighborinos, Ion Raptor, how are you doing today? Could we get a shout out for the very talented Ion Raptor Designs If you are here for the occasional 3D printing, 3D modeling streams, you're going to want to give Ion Raptor a follow, because that's what he does, baby, is work on 6mm mechs and vehicles on his stream. And what a stream it is. Guys, go give him a follow. Follows are, in fact, free. I don't know if you knew that. I don't know if Twitch tells you guys that anymore, but they are. They're free. You got nothing to lose. And everything. Everything to gain. I mean, it should have just been a Hulk movie, but that's a completely different conversation. Getting your Mars 2 tomorrow. Nice! I've got the Mars 2, and I love it. I've been looking at the Mars 3 lately. Aren't you 3D painting right now? Haha, Shezza's so funny with the being the smartass and the funny and the jokes. Oh my god. Oh, hell, I'm only not laughing because if I started laughing, I'd be laughing so hard that I would literally bust my gut, Shezza. That's why I'm not laughing. But yes, I am 3D painting right now, that is accurate. Sounds expensive, yeah, right? Like, what if you wasted time? That would be terrible. That would be terrible. Oh, Riot Sister, thank you for the reminder. Oh, World War Hulk would need to introduce some characters in their own movies, I think. Yeah, no, yeah, that's Marvel. Warworld wouldn't, because Warworld is primarily Superman. There were a few other characters mixed in there, but you could make that almost entirely Superman-centric, and all you'd really have to introduce is Mongol. But that's the thing, if the Suicide Squad is introducing Mongal, who was the sister of Mongol the Younger, like, that, you're only 1 degree separated. Only 1 degree separated from Warworld. And I would watch that. I would absolutely watch that. Just bought the Mars 3. Yeah, please do, Shezza. I can't imagine that it's going to be bad. But I'd be very curious to hear what you think about it before I pick mine up. I may use the opportunity getting the Mars 3 to phase out my Mars 1, because right now I'm running a Mars 1 and a Mars 2. Yeah, if the Mars 3 is that much better, I'm only really going to be wanting to run 2 of them at the same time. It's amazing. Like, the Mars 2 prints easily twice as fast as the Mars 1. And it doesn't have to significantly improve on that print speed. If it's just equal, which it will be, then all my printing will be going a lot faster. Fire Niner 3... joining the Storm Chasers. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Fire Niner, you paint minis? I'm curious. I'm curious what brought you in. This is, I find, the best way to retain viewers here on Twitch. Someone follows me, and I immediately interrogate them. So we're going to need to know where you're from. We're going to need your middle name. We're going to need at least one of the pin numbers that you've used in the last 10... No, I'm kidding. You can fucking lurk if you want to, man. That's fine. They pretty much are going to, Pyre. That's what they say, anyway. The claim is that the Flash movie is essentially going to be Flashpoint Paradox. I don't know. I feel like DC, if they're smart, will hold Flashpoint Paradox in their pocket. For if/when they need to just reboot the whole fucking thing, which might be right now, actually, if we're being honest. Because with Flashpoint Paradox, you can just go, we were just kidding, and restart everything. Oh, Fire Niner, if you think this is talent, well, I'm flattered. This is just practice. Yeah, it was all a dream. And you were there, and you were there too. And Bruce, your dad was there. He was an asshole. I'm excited for Black Adam as far as DC movies go. But that's just because I get excited to watch anything The Rock is in. I'm a simple man. Now, was that really a thing? Like, I know, Pyre, that in Flashpoint Paradox, they kind of obliquely suggest that Martha Wayne became the Joker in that version of the DC universe, in that broken timeline, but was she really? Oh, not Jungle Cruise. No, Riot Sister, I'm not gonna watch Jungle Cruise. Okay, fine, you got me. I did watch Rampage, though. I'm not proud of it, but I did watch it. Now, Wombat, we've got a rule. We've got a rule around these parts. We don't talk shit about our own work. The world out there is harsh enough. The world out there will break you down in all of your artistic endeavors and make you feel like a complete piece of shit. All on its own. You don't have to help it. So don't. Like, okay, it showed, you know, Bruce Wayne dead in the alley, and it showed his parents over him weeping, and his dad was, like, filled with rage, and then his mother was laughing insanely, and she, like, wiped her son's blood across her face, and it made the Joker smile. Like, I remember that. But did it ever actually say she became the Joker? Because it referenced to the Joker, because Yo-Yo was Harley Quinn, and they talked about the Joker's Funland. Why am I even arguing about this? Now that I say it out loud, like, yeah, they really did heavily suggest that Martha Wayne was the Joker, and I don't know why it even matters if that's not the case. What am I talking about? Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess you're right. Ooh, it's been a while. It has been a while since I touched the Flashpoint Paradox book. Because one of the only differences that I could remember in between the movie and the book was Thomas Wayne shooting Reverse Flash as opposed to Thomas Wayne stabbing Reverse Flash through the back with a sword, but I guess there was more than that. Figure Flash kept that to himself. Yeah, just don't tell him. Don't tell him about it. Deliver the letter from his dad, and otherwise just don't tell him anything else that happened. Have I seen Justice League Gods and Monsters? I believe so. Which one was that to Square? There are a couple that have similar titles, and there are at least, like, 2 that deal with dark versions of the Justice League, and I can never remember precisely which one. Am I not getting alerts? Oh, well, no, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it now. It's not popping up. I usually have a little pop-up thing, though. To Square, thank you for the reminder, and White Wolf, thank you kindly. I've had some trouble with my bot lately. Usually it does give me a little pop-up, but right now I just have to watch chat for him. Not every time. Not every time, Shock 21. They have to embrace it, and DC embraced it real early on, so I think it works out for them. The multiverse concept is now just a part of the DC universe. I did not read that run, Wombat Combat. The heavy metal run, I didn't read any of those. I think the last DC runs that I read were the actual, not New 52, but Rebirth. So that was a couple years ago. Oh, Shock, you're not gonna like the next run of Marvel movies, then. Because they are having their cake and eating it too. Basically, Bruce Wayne meets Kratos. He has, that would be dangerous. Yeah, any DC nerds, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but it is generally accepted that Bruce Wayne, as Batman, is like one of... He's in the top 3 martial artists on the planet Earth, is he not? Just as far as being a fighter goes, he's generally considered to be up there. Yeah. So I can imagine that being a little terrifying. The Neptune 2, so far, I don't want to say it has been failureless, because as soon as those words come out of my mouth, it's going to fuck up. But, really, really quite good. I'm very happy with the Neptune 2 so far. No complaints. It's running better than my Ender 3 V2 did, that's for sure. I went back on my word that I was going to destroy the Ender 3 V2 just because I had a moment of pragmatism, a moment of maturity that hit me when I'm like, this is still a perfectly good machine. And the fact is that there are people out there who would love to have it with a little bit of care. It could work for somebody. So I'm not going to destroy it. I'm not going to go all Office Space on it. I am going to keep it. I'm going to do a little repair work on it, and I'll probably end up putting it up for sale on the cheap here pretty soon. It needs a little bit of work on the hot end. Well, Fire Niner, hang out a little bit, and you're likely to see that one pop up here. If it does go up for sale, it is definitely going to go to... It'll be posted on the Discord and mentioned here in chat on the stream before it gets mentioned anywhere else. And it's a perfectly good machine. It has a couple little idiosyncrasies to it. I just think the Neptune 2 is better. Yeah, I know. I would have, but unfortunately the Ender 3 is actually part of that image file, and I need to make a new one from scratch. I can't... In retrospect, I should have just had the frame up there and then had a separate text that said Ender 3, because I could change that at any time, but I didn't, so, you know, here we are. What do you think about the explanation in Justice League Unlimited about why Superman is such a bitch when it comes to most enemies being able to kick his ass for a while for some reason? Are you talking about his masochism? Which is not really masochism. Maybe I'm thinking of something else than the explanation you're thinking of, Pyre, because I remember them talking in Justice League Unlimited about how Superman, in the beginning at least, fucked up their teamwork a lot because he was incapable of allowing... Like, he knew that he was basically invulnerable, but his teammates weren't. And as a result, he was unwilling to allow them to go into danger in some occasions that, you know, unwilling to let them take hits even though sometimes they needed to. And he would end up screwing up their plans because he would throw himself in front of punches like a fucking idiot. Remind me, Pyre, it has been a long time since I went through Justice League Unlimited. Gods and Monsters, the one where Superman was Zod's son who was raised by Mexican migrant workers. Yo, yes! I've seen Gods and Monsters once. I do remember that, yeah, because Superman, it was Zod's son, and he had, like, the beard, and yeah, okay. I think I only saw that one time. I don't really remember much of it. You know which one I was thinking about rewatching lately is Superman versus the Elite. It's a good one. That and All-Star Superman. But then All-Star Superman's a great read, too. Okay, yeah, no, yeah, I remember that now, Pyre. Yeah. As soon as he was fighting Darkseid and he was not on his home turf, he felt much more comfortable actually punching people full strength. And actually, they did that a few times with Superman, kind of writing in reasons for him to be less powerful than he maybe should be. But it mostly just came down to the fact that Clark's a good dude, and he didn't want to hurt people. Even when he was fighting strong enemies on Earth, he was worried about collateral damage. And then Zack Snyder comes in and is like, fuck you. And we're gonna destroy the whole city. Yeah, well, apocalyptic technology is really something else, isn't it? Oh my god, Michael Ironside as Darkseid in Justice League Unlimited was... correct me if I'm wrong. A few people have done Darkseid's voice over the course of animated DC. Has there ever been anyone better than Michael Ironside? I propose not. I propose not at all. Also, Clancy Brown as Lex Luthor. The best. I only recently watched Turbo Kid. I had been unaware that Michael Ironside was in it up until I watched it, and then I loved his role in it. He got to ham it up so hard. Ed Asner is Granny Goodness. God, Granny Goodness is such a weird fucking character. It's like one of those characters that takes so much explanation when someone learns about her. Like, look, I swear she can actually be really cool, okay? Just bear with me for a minute here while I explain the new gods and who Darkseid is and what the hell's going on Apocalypse. Time-traveling Warmahordes is weird. It's not time-traveling, it's set in the far future of Warmahordes. It's removed from Warmahordes by about 5,000 years. Listening to all these discussions about movies, I realize I haven't seen any of them. Fire Niner, what movies have you seen? Because we're talking about some just dorky comic book shit. Or are you not a big film watcher? Not particularly, huh? Okay. This is not for everybody. I myself am a bit of a cinephile. And we actually do movie nights if you're looking to expand your library of watched films, looking to expand your understanding of puerile and meaningless pop culture. We do movie nights last Saturday of every month on the Discord. We usually have voting up for a little while before then, so you can kind of have some influence on what we're going to watch for our double feature. Just this last Saturday we did Dredd and Captain America the First Avenger. It was a good time. Working so much, hardly have much free time anymore. I've been watching some new seasons of anime on Crunchyroll. Yeah, well, we got some anime fans around here too. Let me tell you, I'm not like as well versed in a lot of anime as a lot of people are, but I've got some favorites in there. You can get me talking about Psycho Pass Season 1, and I'm a pretty big fan of Attack on Titan. I mean, like, you know, Attack on Titan is super duper mainstream for anime at this point, but I really enjoy it. No, Sheza, I'm not even gonna finish reading that because the song will be stuck in my fucking head. I know better. I can already hear Riff Raff's fucking voice. Oh, shit! Oh, no. Oh, Fire Niner. I don't. I just mean, like, most people have watched Attack on Titan, even if they're not big anime watchers for the most part. They at least know what Attack on Titan is. I try to convince non-anime watchers to watch Attack on Titan. I'm such a big fan of it, but it is admittedly difficult to get people in when you're like, okay, alright, so everybody lives inside some walls, and outside the walls are giant naked cannibals, okay? And people just tune the fuck out. Like, oh, yeah, okay, sure, yeah, totally, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll watch that. That one I couldn't tell you. I tried to watch Sword Art Online, and I did not like it. I still haven't watched Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and I know everybody tells me to watch it. I don't know, I haven't. I've started it like 4 times. I just haven't kept going. They hit you with the dead mom super fast. Yeah, that's in like the prologue, basically, Matt. Like, the show doesn't even start until after that. One of the most shocking anime in a while. It definitely hits you over the head right out of the gate in a big way. It has some shocking imagery and some... and, you know, it really, really helped that they had... Who was that? That was Wit. That was their first animation studio. That definitely helped, because Wit's animation style was so fucking good. So good. So visceral and meaty. Oh, it really was. Yeah, I still go back and watch, like, almost any of the fight scenes that they did with the Attack Titan, like, during the Battle of Trost, or afterwards, his fights with the Armored Titan, like, they're so good, and they're detailed. And it's like, it's an anime, and I'm watching 2 dudes in giant meat suits have fist fights with each other, and I'm like, this is like a pretty good fight. They're using, like, real jujitsu moves and shit, and it's easy to follow. Like, there's always been a surprising amount of detail paid to almost every aspect of that show throughout its production. Now, let's do the final yellow highlights on this guy, and then we'll move on to the armor. Why, Pyre? Why? There are people in this world who don't know what that is, and they don't need to know what that is. Couldn't even tell me your favorite anime. You know what's funny? I think that is a strong indication that someone is a true fan of something. And maybe it's a little self-serving because I consider myself a cinephile, and if you were to come up to me and go, "What's your favorite movie?" I mean... I don't know how to answer that. I even try to think of, like, criteria that I can use on a regular basis for saying what movie is my favorite, but it's so dependent on, like, what mood am I in? What genre are we talking about? What director's style are we talking about? Favorite is in I just enjoy it, or favorite is in I think it's the best? These are all different answers. we go. A little bit down here, a little bit right here, a little bit over here. How about most loved movie? Skull Fairy, that's a tricky one. Movie that I enjoy watching the most. Honestly, the answer may be Pacific Rim. I wouldn't consider Pacific Rim my favorite movie. I think there are movies out there that I like that are better than it, but I love watching Pacific Rim. I have fun every single time I sit down to watch it. For me, it's like that and Dread are neck and neck. Aliens, so that's a good choice, Trotsky. That would definitely be on my top 5 if I was saying movies I just enjoy watching. Like Aliens and Terminator 2 are probably also neck and neck. I would have a hard time picking between Terminator 2 and Aliens. I would probably end up picking Aliens, but it would be after a lot of hemming and hawing, deliberation, and complaining. Oop, I missed something. Hot Shots and Hot Shots Part 2. Honestly, those movies are pretty fucking fantastic, and I feel like nobody talks about them anymore. I don't know why you would talk a whole lot about Hot Shots, but they're freaking hilarious movies. Though, if we're talking about, like, parody or Zucker Brothers style comedies, and we're talking Hot Shots, I have to put in for consideration Top Secret. I think Top Secret is better than either Hot Shots movie, in the same style. Yeah, that scene when the two Sheens go by each other on the riverboat. I loved you in Wall Street. Did all that and I forgot to do the thing I was trying to do. By which movie I've seen over and over the most, probably Pitch Black or Terminator. Says, ooh, you got good taste. I love Pitch Black. Pitch Black is a great movie by itself. And what's funny is I enjoy the Chronicles of Riddick, but it's like these movies are essentially like they don't belong together. There's almost no connection between them. There is a storyline connection, but it's so feeble that it's almost not worth paying attention to. Really, you've never seen Pitch Black? Pyre, you should see Pitch Black. And then watch the Chronicles of Riddick, but don't watch Riddick, the third movie, because it's just Pitch Black, but worse. I don't know why the hell he even did that. I mean, I get why Vin Diesel did it. I don't get why David Twohy did it. Also, last movie that David Twohy has written or directed. He just kind of stopped after that, and for good reason. Because that was shite. Yeah, I enjoy the hell out of the second one, Data Nerd. Dark Fury, that was the animated one. That was okay. I like the games, too. Escape from Butcher Bay and Dark Athena, I think was the other one. Those are both pretty good. Yeah, WJ, it was just called Riddick, and you don't need to watch it. Don't watch it, it's awful. Not only did it add nothing to the story, I think that it actively detracted from the quality of the previous two films. What pissed me off about Riddick is that the most interesting thing... Ooh, what are you painting, Trotsky? The most interesting thing in all of Riddick happened in the voiceover prologue when Carl Urban was talking. Because they gloss right over in less than a minute. It was like, okay, Riddick is now the Lord Marshal of the Necromongers, and he is just... he's the worst. He's the worst. He's the worst Lord Marshal we've ever fucking had. He's not interested at all in our crusade. He seems to pretty much just be all about bitches and taking out personal vengeance on people. and we got to get rid of him. I'm like, this is an interesting movie. I would watch this movie. And they're like, okay, but forget about that. Let's just do Pitch Black again, but dumber. And I don't know why they had to do that. Director's Cut actually features a lot more of Riddick as Lord Marshall, his relationship with Vaco, and the deal with him and the Necromonger. It would have to, because that's the only part of the movie that I gave a fuck about. And they just didn't do anything with it. Is it as bad as the third Blade movie? Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's calm it down there, okay? Talking shit about Blade Trinity up in here. If we're comparing all the Blade movies, Trinity is right where it belongs, right at the top of the... I'm joking, Blade Trinity was awful. Why would I... No. Why would I ever suppose any such thing? It was a ridiculous movie. It was more fun. Blade Trinity was a lot more fun than Riddick, though. I think, yeah, exactly, Project Dark Fox. I think Blade Trinity was like a bad movie, but it was a bad movie that I enjoyed watching. I forget that Katie Sackhoff was in Riddick, Sumitha. She didn't really do much interesting in it. And oh my god, how do you... Okay, one of my favorite characters from the first movie, from Pitch Black, was Cole Hauser's character, Johns. I thought Johns was a fucking great character. And in Riddick, in the third movie, they bring in, like, Johns' dad, who's also a merc and is, like, looking for revenge for his son. And I'm like, if you sat me down and told me to come up with the most asinine, puerile, infantile, two-dimensional plot coming out of Pitch Black that I possibly could, and I was joking, I might go, I don't know, Johns' dad wants revenge. And how the fuck do you cast someone as the father of... the actor that they got wasn't even old enough. How do you cast someone as the father of Cole Hauser and not cast Wings Hauser? Like, what? This writes itself. Painting some Battletech vehicles, got a brown base coat, thinking about highlighting up to reds. That's a good starting point. That's a damn good starting point, Trotsky. The synopsis is just Pitch Black. It's the same movie, but worse. And my problem, really, with Riddick is that it ruined... Until I saw Riddick, I was capable of believing that David Twohy had some good ideas, or that he wasn't a completely incompetent, childish asshole. And then he did Riddick, and I was like, oh, so the parts in Chronicles of Riddick that are good were by accident. The parts of Pitch Black that were good were by accident. If he had his way, he would have done stupid shit the whole fucking time. Okay. And that does kind of spoil my enjoyment of those movies a little bit. Not totally, but a little bit. I hated that, WJ. I hated the alien hyena puppy so much. It was the whole "it's an animal" thing gag from the Chronicles of Riddick, but stretched out over an entire fucking movie for some reason. So he's kind of like George Lucas. I actually compared him to George Lucas last night, Pyre. Yeah, he's like... He needed someone holding his hand to make good movies, because when you let him do whatever he wants, he's gonna do... Like, the dumbest parts of his movies are the parts that he was apparently really excited about, and the best parts of his movies were apparently someone else's work. And yeah, very much like George Lucas. We understand that now, that everything George Lucas wanted to do was fucking terrible, and he never should have been allowed to do it. But it wasn't obvious before, when other people like Lawrence Kasdan and Steven Spielberg were there to filter him. I don't even remember the alien dog design, because it's one of those things where the design could be amazing. It could be the greatest alien dog ever designed, but its role in the film was so dumb that I don't care. At best, it's a wasted good design. ugh, I don't want to think anymore about that movie. I don't think I've seen it since it actually came out. I watched it in theaters. I went to theaters to see it. I was supremely disappointed. I waited for it to come out on DVD. I think I watched it on streaming, because when I hate a movie that much, I give it a second chance. I have a moment where I'm like, okay, maybe I was having a bad day that day. Maybe I'm misremembering because I had food poisoning or something. Maybe my memory is flawed. Let's go back and watch it and be sure. And I think I turned it off halfway through. I just... You're absolutely right, Pyre. You're absolutely right. But between the two of them, George Lucas is the one diving into piles of cash like Scrooge McDuck. As disappointing as that may be. George Lucas is a billionaire. He is a multi-billionaire, and he is a talentless idiot. If ever in your life you are tempted to think that, like, your place in life or the amount of money that you have is in some way indicative of your place in a realistic meritocracy, just remember that George Lucas is a multi-billionaire. And he couldn't write his way out of a fucking wet paper bag. He couldn't find his ass with both hands on a map. When you let George Lucas do what he wants, you get Jar Jar Binks, who is a cartoon who steps in the poo-poo, and you get the Mortis arc from Clone Wars, which was so fucking terrible that at the end of it they had to pull the whole "and then their memories were erased" gag. He was just very, very lucky to be a part of a sort of creative energy at a certain time, like a group of people who were all working on something. And he was very lucky to be around those people, and for whatever reason, it was just his name that stuck in people's heads. So he got all the credit for shit that he didn't do. Drakar, are you joking? I didn't like. Did you like the Mortis trilogy of Clone Wars? Were you into that storyline? I mean, I won't sit here and make fun of you if you were, but I do find it a little surprising. I haven't met many people that are willing to defend the Mortis arc. Well, Shock 21, I don't think that that's necessarily a fair characterization of what I'm saying. Are there other incompetent assholes working on Star Wars who made terrible decisions? Yes. But here's the thing, Shock. Most of the problems with Star Wars really surfaced around the same time that George Lucas was suddenly permitted to do anything he wanted without argument, with all the money in the world backing him up. Suddenly, we got Jar Jar Binks, and, do I need to name the elements of Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, individually, or can I just wave my hands in the air and say The Phantom Menace? Is that okay? Because I don't even dislike, completely, I don't dislike Episodes 2 and 3, necessarily. They're bad movies, but I enjoy watching them. I don't even enjoy watching Episode 1. Even a lot of the conceptual stuff was pretty weak, Drakari. Alright, let me pick out a color to start working on my armor with, and that is gonna be... yeah, let's go to some Rainy River Shadow Skull. Well, now that's an interesting question, the Honorable Mr. Buckets. It is difficult to say that any piece of art is bad, necessarily, because there are many questions that have to be raised. Particularly, you have to raise the question of what is the intent of this art, because I think that it is fair for the sake of argument to say that art is bad if it fails to achieve its intent. And I don't think it's possible to argue that much of what George Lucas did in those movies achieved its intent. And as evidence, I would point to the existence of prequel memes. The fact that that movie is memed as much as it is. Nobody watched the romance between, and I say romance, I use that word very loosely, between Anakin Skywalker and Padme Amidala and went, oh my god, it's so, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. They truly, deeply love each other. He thinks that she's wonderful because he doesn't like sand. No. We laughed at it because it was awful. It's shockingly incompetent. Those movies, if they didn't have as much money behind them as they did, if they didn't have the marketing behind them that they did, if they weren't already attached to a story that we cared about because of other properties the way that they were, nobody would have watched them. If those movies just came out on their own and they were part of a new trilogy of films, say that George Lucas's name wasn't even on them. These movies just came out at the theater one day, and they were called like Star Battles, Space Conflicts, whatever. Nobody would fucking watch them. They're only still popular or memeable because of what they were coming from. I think everyone watched Star Wars from their childhood with rose-tinted glasses and look at the rest with rage because they aren't the exact same. Now, you see, this is a conversation that I would have with you, Mr. Buckets, because I agree, and I try to be very fair, and I would not claim that the original Star Wars movies are... They're good. They're good. People definitely overblow them. People definitely make them out to be more than they really were, when what they are a competent take on the hero's journey from the perspective of space fantasy. They're very, very straightforward. Luke Skywalker is the young prince, the young farmer boy with a power that he doesn't understand, who comes under the tutelage of the old sage wizard who guides him through his journey after losing everything to rescue the princess from the Dark Knight and the evil emperor. Like, it's very straightforward stuff. But here's the thing. It was done... It didn't have to be complex. And if anyone comes to you and says that those movies are complex, they are full of shit. They're not. They work because they're simple. They're simple things that are done well. I would argue that if you took the original Star Wars and you removed almost any singular element from them, almost any of the singular artistic talent involved, remove John Williams. Remove John Williams' score from Star Wars and tell me that it's that good. It's not. It's not really that much better than other movies that came out around the same time, like Star Crash. It's almost the same movie in a lot of ways. It had some very talented designers, it had a couple of very talented writers, it had a really, really talented composer. It was lightning in a bottle. It all came together in this perfect storm that created a movie that came out at just the right time. And almost nothing since then has done the same thing. Empire Strikes Back was similar in many ways. It tried to do something very, very different, and I think it succeeded at it because of, again, the perfect storm of some very particularly talented artists, including Lawrence Kasdan. And I think the fact that they keep trying to do it over again and it keeps not working is testament to the fact that it's not really that objectively good. I love Star Wars, don't get me wrong, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's more than it is. It's a cultural phenomenon, certainly. Looks pretty does not equal a good story. Even Lucas himself said that back in the 80s. Yeah, and then he huffed his own farts until he was completely drunk on them. Honorable Mr. Buckets, I think that we agree on almost everything. Like, I think Star Wars Rebels is the most Star Wars that Star Wars has ever Star Wars. I think Star Wars Rebels is better Star Wars than the original Star Wars movies. It's much more competent. Like, much more. Remove an element and it fails to live up to the gestalt. Yeah, no, it really is. Now, that's probably true for most things, but there are definitely some movies out there where you can remove certain artistic influences and the primary art still holds up. Maybe they wouldn't have been as successful at getting their message across, but they still would have been good. Star Wars is a weird one because it's never been that good. And people confused, I think a long time ago, I enjoy this with this is good, and those two are not the same thing by any stretch of the imagination. Just because you like something doesn't make that thing good, and for that matter, just because you dislike something doesn't make that thing bad. I like things that are bad a lot of the time. But most people don't give enough of a shit about the media, and I'm not saying they should, honestly, why should you care? But most people don't give enough of a shit about the media that they consume to recognize the difference between those two things. And again, I will reiterate, that's not to say that people are wrong for doing so. If you don't care, why would you bother learning any more about it than I like it? Why should you give a fuck if a movie is good or not? I only care about the definition between a good and a bad film because I started asking myself the question, why do I enjoy this as much as I do? And I had to come to some realizations and get myself some answers. I had to realize that there are things out there that I like, that I really enjoy, that I think are fucking awesome, that are not very good, all things considered. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. If all you like are good, quote-unquote, movies, you're probably a bit of a hipster. It's probably just true. Manro Fasal dropping that 14 months of subscription right down on our heads. Manro Fasal, thank you so much for the sub, my friend. How you doing today, man? It is wonderful to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Hope you're getting some stuff done. Shock21, I broadly define good movies, and this isn't an accurate definition, this is just my personal definition. I consider a movie to be good if it can make me feel something other than disgust, rage, and contempt. Like, those three don't count. But if it can reach into me and make me feel something, make me feel sad, make me feel excited, make me feel almost anything. And maybe this definition has more to do with the fact that my heart is dead, and it takes a lot to coax that out of me these days. But if it can do that, I consider a movie to be good. I wouldn't necessarily say that I enjoy the movie. Like, There Will Be Blood makes me feel things. I don't enjoy There Will Be Blood. I've watched it twice, and I don't plan on watching it again. It upsets me. But it's a good movie. Star Wars had the benefit of breakthrough special effects that cemented it into such a special place in most people's minds. Yeah, no, Industrial Light and Magic is a huge... They played a huge part in that. At some level, you have to appreciate the prequels for striking out in a new direction, and that's true, Sewer Creature. It's true. And if I'm giving credit to the prequels, I would say that at least they did try something new, even if that new thing was largely fucking boring. At least they tried it. It was arguably somewhat avant-garde, even if it was really fucking dumb. Come full circle to art is neither good nor bad. See, I don't agree with that. I don't necessarily agree with that, Mr. Buckets, because that way lies solipsism. That way lies there is no good or bad. Whereas I think that through analysis and with some knowledge of the intent of art, particularly commercial art, you can define categories of good and bad that are close enough for discussion. Because, I mean, if you really want to have the conversation about there is no good or bad art, everything is subjective, like, there's no conversation there. That's just nothing is good, nothing is bad. And then we stop talking, and that bores the shit out of me. There are forms of non-commercial art out there where you can say that whether it's good or bad, it has a different intent, but again, if it's not meeting its intent, I don't think it's good. If it's not doing what the creator meant for it to do. And I think it's pretty fucking hard to argue that on any level Star Wars did what George Lucas intended for it to do. His prequels. Oh, they absolutely should have, Pyre, because the first movie doesn't have a fucking main character as a result of it being about everyone simultaneously. Oh, I need to do a purple base coat on here. Foolish, foolish me. For commercial art, I think that's fair to say, Datron Voltari, and Star Wars is commercial art. Well, now, Sheza, we're going to get into the technicality of me going, there is no movie called Lord of the Rings, there's a trilogy of movies based on the Lord of the Rings that comprise the Lord of the Rings trilogy. It's meaningless, but it's true. And yes, those movies are fantastic. We could talk about that. You want to talk about how the Lord of the Rings movies are fucking amazing? The prequels brought me Republic Commando. They may have, but George Lucas did not. Republic Commando was pretty bitchin', I gotta give you that. The cartoon rabbit who steps in the poopy was the main character? You know what? That sounds so George Lucas that I'll buy it. Actually, there's one more step I need to do here also, for which I need to pull out my coal black, which is here. I think the future of Star Wars is going to be more serialized storytelling like The Mandalorian or Bad Batch. Roland, I think the writing's on the wall with that one. It certainly makes them the most money. It's the direction they're going to go in. It's just what we can expect at this point. I don't even think that's a conversation. I think that that's just like... That's like saying Star Wars is set in space for the most part. Like, yeah, it is. Largely. I agree with that too, Sewer Creature. Sorry, I'm going back and reading a little bit of chat. Prequels are only appreciable if you have the Clone Wars to pair it with, but that doesn't make the movies good by association. Far from it. I think the movies suck, and some very talented writers fixed a lot of the problems with those movies by writing a much better cartoon that fills in many of the gaps between them. Always remember the quote from I have no idea what grade in school. Art is meant to start a conversation. Art that even fails that is definitely bad. By that definition, I would have to accept some greater quality in the Star Wars prequels, though, because it definitely is the subject of many conversations. But it's not good. I think that maybe the reason it starts so many conversations is, like I said, had it been released under a different title from a different director, but the exact same movie, nobody would have fucking watched it and nobody would talk about it. So maybe the conversation there is about how marketing and art intersect, which they certainly do. By those standards, The Room should be... Okay, now, no one's going to tell you that The Room is a good movie, WJ, but The Room is definitely artistically significant in its own way. Tommy Wiseau is not a great artist, but I would accept that he is an artist. Tommy Wiseau had a certain honesty, has a certain honesty about what he is trying to create. I believe that when Tommy Wiseau made The Room, he was trying to do something. He wasn't just trying to make money, he was trying to do something. he did it in such an unbelievably incompetent way as to make all of us start to ask questions about what we consider art to be. He did it in a way so incompetent that it made many of us realize some things we thought were bad were just not that bad all along. And see, that's the thing, WJ, is admittedly, you know, at the end of the day, most things are largely subjective, but my problem with the argument that art can't be good or bad is there are objective qualities of art that can be discussed, and just because I can't say that art is metaphysically good or bad doesn't mean I can't talk about whether it's bad within the context of film, or within the context of action movies, or sci-fi movies, or there are many, many ways to rate and discuss and consider these things, many ways to analyze them. And I just kind of feel like the notion that movies and art can't be good or bad is really just a cop-out. I'm not saying anyone's trying to do that here, I'm just saying it's not an interesting conversation to me, and I value the conversations that I have. And nothing is good or bad is not a conversation, it's a statement. The room is artistically significant in the way that a monkey stacking rocks is sculpting. Admittedly, monkey stacking rocks does have significance. In many ways, knowing what not to do is almost as important as knowing what to do, and movies like The Room, or like the Star Wars prequels, and yes, I will directly compare them, certainly provide a good mirror as far as, don't ever do this. If you were wondering what's a good example of things to never ever do, here it is, watch this, don't do these fucking things, holy shit. It's also significant in the sense that it taught us a man we thought was artistically competent simply was not. He was an idiot the whole time, unfortunately. Are you an angel? Are you an angel? God damn it. You know how long it's been since I've watched that particular movie? It has been a long time, though admittedly it did give us so many memes. Posted some clips from a Grindhouse-style fan edit of A New Hope on the Discord since it hasn't got John Williams. Yeah, I'll bet it's a profoundly different experience. I'm a big fan of John Williams and the scores that he does. Even when I'm not even a huge fan of the movies that his score is for, I love the way he scores things. It doesn't make it good dialogue, though, WJ. Like, hey, an idiot would say this thing and the character's meant to be an idiot is... I don't want to get into justifying anything that George Lucas did in that particular movie. If I had to compliment that movie, I would say that it did introduce me to Ray Park. And that has overall been a positive because Ray Park is pretty fucking awesome. Walter's Workshop. Speaking of characters meant to be an idiot. Oh, and look, that's what he said in his comment, too. Oh, wow. What a coincidence. Walter's Workshop, thank you so much for the resub. Can we get a shout out, pretty please, for Walter's Workshop? Guys, if you're not following Walter's Workshop and you're in this chat, honestly, I'm a little surprised by now. We talk enough about him. But if you haven't given him a follow yet, do yourself a favor. Head on over there, drop a follow, check out his next stream. You won't have long to wait. How you doing today, man? How you doing, you fucking jabroni? How are things? See, Sumitha, I think that his like, that fuck-up of his has been largely debunked at this point. That was, like, literally somebody else doing shit with his account. He literally did not post revenge porn. Even his ex-wife came out and was like, no, that wasn't him that did that. Go online and look it up. Ray Park has been pretty well exonerated of that temporary little hiccup. Yeah, no, Ray Park is fine. He didn't do anything shitty. I was disappointed by that too until the full story came out. Doing some off-stream work on your Spire boys because they're taking so long. Man, I know the feeling. I'm a slow painter under the best of circumstances. Whatever reason. You know, Conquest gets me about it. The sculpts are high quality and I want to do a good job on them, and that slows me down. If the sculpts sucked, I wouldn't care so much. But they're really nice. Wait. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police took Cass Anvar into custody? Really? Is that really a thing, or are you talking shit? Sphere coming in. Sphere, how you doing today, man? Raiders, welcome in. We're working on a little bit of Warcaster today. How was your stream, Sphere? I think I may add a purple panel down here, because I think that that'll give it a nice balance to the shoulder pads. Yeah. None of the things that Cass Anvar was accused of were the sort of things that you would necessarily be arrested for, so I'm very, very curious what has surfaced that might lead to his actual arrest. Unless some of them were very recent, and I confess I haven't really been paying much attention to it. Doing alright, decent besides the light issues. Having some problems with your light, Sphere? Cass Anvar sounds like a background character from the Cantina scene. Most of his roles were similar to that, so that kind of works out. Until The Expanse, Cass Anvar pretty much played background characters. Well, I'm gonna have to look that up. I'm very curious about it. What are you printing? You can always hit !STL, WJ, but that in particular, that is the base piece for... I can show you what it is. So the current terrain set that I've been plugging away on is meant to be like a space cultist terrain set for use with a few different forces, but it is the base piece for this pillar, which this one is done in transparent red, intended to be lit up. I'm doing one that's just solid. as well, because I want to kind of paint and compare. But this is meant to be like a column for playing on an indoor map. I'm drawing inspiration broadly, WJ, from the Eternus Continuum from Warcaster, which is the force that I paint, but more broadly than that, honestly, the Unitologists from Dead Space, the Necromongers from Chronicles of Riddick, and the Brotherhood of Nod from Command & Conquer. CFL burned out last week for your overhead light, ordered a replacement, showed up, was shattered into glass confetti, got a replacement, showed up, worked fine, used the old bulb, the new one, the side light, and today the old light from the side lamp just burned out. You just can't catch a break, Sphere. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Well, you know, sometimes the universe is telling you to take a breather, son. Take a breather, my man. Yeah, Riot Sister, somebody already made the bad dragon joke. They beat you to it. Also, I think that comparison says, like, way more about you than it does about me. Can't. Need to paint 1,000 Necrons. Or, I assume 1,000 points of Necrons and not actually 1,000 Necrons, because good God. I think that was all my primary purple highlights. I'll work on detailing those in a bit. I can imagine it, only because people have done it, but it would be intense, Severe. It certainly would be. Can't find anything on that? I don't think... He just said that he heard that. This might just be the rumor mill. To be fair, I've heard many things that turned out not to be true. Don't get me wrong, I would like more than anybody to find out that Cass Anvar is not, in fact, a piece of shit. That would be fantastic to learn. Missed a couple spots on my first pass here, so just hitting them now. I think this scheme is going to be good enough to do the rest of the ISA, and I'm pretty happy with it now that I've gotten towards the end of 3 minis. Kind of has a Gypsy Danger vibe, I feel like. A lot of the shapes are fairly similar, Trotsky. I can see that. You know me, I do love Gypsy Danger. Riot Sister, thank you for the reminder. I am too sober, I agree. WJ, you don't have to apologize, man. Let me see. I miss things in chat sometimes. Oh, Nod Troops. Stay tuned on that one, WJ. There's actually something I was going to talk about. Do molds still have a future in the age of 3D printing? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. There are questions of... molds definitely have a place in the age of 3D printing. I don't see 3D printing completely replacing mold manufacturing by any stretch of the imagination. Like, you can't 3D print styrene, for instance. Those still take molds. It's still easier to mass produce a lot of small parts. It depends on a scale that you're manufacturing on. And I couldn't possibly get into all the details of the economy of it, but there is definitely a scale of manufacturing and a style of manufacturing where 3D printing makes less sense very, very quickly. You know what? That could be way worse. That could be way worse, Walter's Workshop, because you said, it's no Crimson Typhoon. You didn't say something really offensive, like, Gypsy Danger is no Gypsy Avenger. That would get you banned from chat. But I can tell that you were smart enough not to do that. I appreciate that. Yeah, Nod Troops, though. So, we're going to be doing 3D modeling this Thursday. I'm not saying I'm going to be modeling Nod Troops this Thursday, but we are going to be doing something a little bit different in that I won't say guaranteed to be, because I still need to finish the mech project I'm working on in CAD, but I have been using ZBrush and my drawing tablet more than CAD lately, and I need more practice in it, so we're very likely to be doing some more organic and figure sculpting in ZBrush rather than the more mechanical sculpting of Fusion 360. And that is intended to be my winter learning project. As I continue to use ZBrush more, is I would very much like to create some multi-pose Brotherhood of Nod figures. I'm not going to say they're going to be done by next spring, but I think they could be. And it's very likely that if when I do those figures, they're going to be released for free, because I can't see Electronic Arts allowing me to profit off of that if they ever found out. I think they'd come down on me like the hammer of Thor. Gus Schultz, how you doing today, man? Gypsy Danger is no Matsumoto 14. I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that. Why you gotta do that to me, Sumitha? I mean, come on, man. It's like... Don't, Walter. Don't ever watch it. There's no reason to. Like when you went Bad Dragon Wargaming terrain. Yeah, there's the other thing. You can't 3D print things in smooth silicone either. No, there are many, many reasons to manufacture using molds instead of 3D printing. We're still finding the utilities for 3D printing, but it's not going to take over manufacturing by any stretch of the imagination. It's going to change manufacturing, particularly when it comes to prototyping. I mean, most big manufacturers of even models these days, you're going to find, like Games Workshop, prototypes all their stuff in 3D. They prototype and they print, and then when they have their final product, they make molds of it, and then they mold those shits in styrene and resin and sell them. If you don't believe me, go look for the print lines. Sometimes you can find them. Been fighting with your computer for 2 weeks now. I hope you're winning. 3D printed pancakes. I mean, that'd actually be really easy to do. I'll 3D print the molds, probably. I've heard of people doing something similar, but it depends entirely on what material it is that you're working in. I think the best answer I can give you is that's a complicated question. Maybe at some point 3D printing technology will hit a point of affordability and versatility that it can replace most forms of common manufacturing, but we're not even close to that. Plank Walker, good to see you. We saved a spot for you. I am sorry to hear that, Gus. It's never a good time. Frustrating, particularly when it drags out. What problems are you having, out of curiosity? I'm not saying I could necessarily help, but maybe someone in chat might have an idea for you. Or even just an approach you haven't thought of. Excuse me. I just pulled out all my spare computer parts the other day because I am currently attempting to put together the tower that I'm going to use for streaming from the game room. I'm only short a couple of components, and actually I'm going to be putting up a donation goal probably next stream. Not for much. I need about $300, it looks like, for the final components to get the game room stream ready. And like a fully, almost half of that is just for a monitor, because I don't have enough. And a couple of microphones. I'm going to try using some lapel mics for out there. Is that my purple? No, Crisala, I'm going to be highlighting with yours. This is a, darker. Which one is this one? This is scale 75 sunset purple. Using it because it's kind of red. Yours is a fair bit brighter than that. Let me take some of this patrician's garb and put it on top. And you'll see what I mean for layering. I'm thinning it with a touch of water, but that's because I thin pretty much all my paints. Just to get them just so. Actually, oh shit, it's not that much darker, really. Not that much lighter. Ooh, I like that. I'll probably use this as a much broader highlight and use that as my deep shadow. Started watching Barry and you find it amazing and hilarious. Barry kind of lost me after the first season. I struggled to put to words precisely why or how, but it kind of did. I don't know why. I was really enjoying it up until that point, and then there was just, after the first season, it just kind of sort of drifted off. Yeah, so now that Bosch is over, I need to start it back up again. First of all, I love Titus Welliver. And I enjoyed Bosch Season 1, but I never watched Season 2. Gus Schultz with the resubscription. Gus, thank you so much. I tell you how much it does for my ego that we have such a talented sculptor and painter who enjoys coming into the stream. Oh my god, Gus, you are my own personal ego boost. Thank you so much. Actually, I'll tell you what, Kersal, after trying Patrician's Garb out, I think this is going to replace this as my bass tone. I kind of like it better. Yep. Well, learn something new every day. I thought it was going to be a highlight, but it has quickly become my base. Well, since I'm going to be shading it with your amethyst anyway, it might as well be. Switched over to Fireball Whiskey now. It's delicious, Pyre, as long as you're having a good time. I don't really drink that much anymore. This is a funny thing to say, considering I'm drinking like every single time I'm on stream, but this is like one of the few times that I just sit and have a couple of beers is when I'm painting. You don't need that perfect one-coat coverage, though, Kursala. Generally speaking, it's good to have a paint that takes a couple of coats because you can have more control over it. And I'm not really having any trouble with the coverage on Patrician's Garb so far. I am putting it over a pre-shade, though, mind you. All my base purples, and we're going to be on to highlights next. Got a couple of minutes. We're at about 8 o'clock. We're going to be starting the storm report in just about a half an hour. So what I'm going to do, folks, is I am going to take a very short bio break, stretch my legs. We'll be back to do some highlighting on this blue-white armor, see what we can get done before 8:30. 8:30, we're going to be rolling right into the storm report, which... if any of you haven't been here before, which I suspect a lot of you have, we do an art share segment at the end of every single stream called the Storm Report. I encourage people to share their art as much as they can because honestly, we're terrible judges of our own work. We really are. I say this many times. We're our own worst critic, but I don't just mean we're the harshest. I mean, we're kind of the least qualified to criticize our own work. It's good to get out there. It's good to share your stuff. It's good to be seen no matter what skill level you're at. If you have anything artistic you'd like to share with us today, I strongly encourage you to do so. It's super duper easy. All you have to do is jump over onto the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which Kursala very politely plugged in chat there. Jump into the channel marked Storm Report and post up to 2 pictures of whatever it is you're working on. If it's something you're working on right now, that's great. If it's something you want advice on, that's great. If it's something you're working on you don't want advice on, that's fine too. We'll just take a look at it, if that's what you like. If it's something that you're just particularly proud of that you did a while ago, please post it up. I'd love to see it. I will be right back. In the meantime, enjoy watching my Neptune 2 do what it does. And we're back. See if we can't get a little bit more done tonight. This glove would cooperate, that is. Alright. Yeah, around 8, I just leave, come back at 8:30, and get rolling. That's a brilliant strategy. If I could command the kind of attention that would be required to just leave my stream for a solid half hour and not lose any viewers, I'd be a fucking partner by now. That's insane. I don't even think a partner whose specialization was not, like, humiliating his or her audience could pull that off. And yeah, those exist. There's an audience for everybody, apparently. People sleep on stream and still get viewers. My assets are not pleasing enough for that, Shock 21. I only come in during break. Yeah, Steela's just here for the breaks. Steela has a special algorithm built to tell her when I'm not here so she can come in and enjoy some of the music without having to listen to my goddamn voice. Steela Rebel, how are you doing? It is always a pleasure to see you in chats. So Steela and I are going to be doing a dual stream here in the near future. It's looking like probably the 12th, next Thursday. I will announce more timing information as we get closer, because it's probably going to be slightly removed from our usual stream time since she lives in the Upside Down on the opposite side of the planet. We're going to have to do a little reconfiguration to make sure we're awake at the same time. You haven't gotten coffee yet? You've had a shower but no coffee? Steela, we have very different priorities when it comes to waking up. Tune in for a THS hot tub stream. The thing that gets me is they're not even hot tub streams. They're like, these days they're just, in fact they always were, like kiddie pool streams, which is creepy and weird. I wish that Twitch would stop recommending me the titty streamers. I really do. Guys, it's not that I don't like titties. That's not it at all. It's that I'm a grown man on the internet and I can find better ones than that in a million places and I don't come to Twitch for them. When it's this humid, you wake up all sticky. Oh, God. Oh, no. Like, I'm not gonna suggest anything, Steela. I'm just gonna say that you live in Japan. It's a strange place full of strange people. If you say it's the humidity, then I'll believe you. NHL, NFL, and golf channels. Yeah, that does seem like a strange one. I don't usually get many sports channels pushed at me, which I take as the algorithm working. I'm not big on the sports ball. I understand that it takes a great deal of skill for the men to sports the way that they do. It's not something I generally follow. Ark plays games. Ark also subs for 7 months to Thunderhead Studio, and thank you so much for that. Not much, man. Not much. What's up with you? How are things? What you up to besides trolling around Twitch today? And thank you so much for the resub, Ark. Honestly, all you guys, everybody who has resubbed today, and we have had a fair few, thank you so much. Got a follow today, too. It's always nice to be inviting new people into the chat. We're only 8 follows away from our dice giveaway. That's exciting. We'll be at 1,500, a nice milestone for me to then proceed to ignore it again for a while after that. I know it says 1.5k on the profile, but that's because they round up once you hit 50. Getting ready for school to start. Yeah, the summers, man. They can be a bit of a drag. It's nice to get back into the swing of things. Socialize a little bit, particularly now that people might actually be able to socialize a little bit. Yeah, last year's been weird, man. Real weird. Tech for a middle school. Yeah, I'd imagine you've been one of the most overworked departments in your school for a while, if I had to bet. Mentioning that weird year we've been through, I'll bet it's been extra interesting for you. Got your first cast resin item and dreading the assembly. Oh no! What'd you get, Steela? It's not that bad. The assembly's not that bad. Just don't breathe the dust. Don't breathe the dust and you'll be fine. But generally speaking, don't breathe dust. Like, not all of it's particularly bad for you, but just don't inhale particulate into your lungs as a rule, and you'll be doing okay in life. For weird reasons, a Kingdom Death pinup model. Yeah, for real weird reasons. That's so unlike you, Steela. Steela? Painting big butts and boobs and voluptuous ladies? That never happens. That's how scandalous. Keep this up and people are going to suggest that you run your own OnlyFans to paint lascivious-looking models. What a thought. The 3D printing does have a way of spoiling us. I cannot deny that. I'm sitting here painting metal models like a total asshole. Never painted a titty in my life. I don't know why. I'm just filled with doubt at that statement. I don't know. It's crazy. I know. I have no reason to doubt you, but somehow I do. Not to blow the whistle on private conversations, I'm just saying that this is the streamer who, a short time ago... Where's my beer? Oh my god, I have to get another beer. I'm sorry, guys, you have to give me a second. I'm just saying this is the streamer who just a short time ago sent me a message on Discord saying, this seems like an odd thing to say, but I've gotten really good at painting nipples lately. Let me grab a beer. I'm sorry, 1 second. Why, yes. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Alright, let's keep going here. I really quite like this particular color that I'm using from you, Kursala. I've had it for a while, but Shadow Skull? Guys, if you're not following Steel a Rebel, by the way, you're only hurting yourself. She's a fantastic streamer, a fantastic painter, particularly if you're interested in oil painting miniatures, which has become a thing lately. She's very good at it. She has a great channel here on Twitch. And also, if you are into some more, shall we say, suggestive model sculpts, she's one of the few streamers I know who also runs an OnlyFans dedicated solely to miniature painting things that are a little too hot for Twitch. So make sure you give her a follow, check out that next stream, and if you're interested in watching something a little more not safe for Twitch, pay attention, because she'll definitely let you guys know what her links are. Yeah. So we're going to be painting a Judge Dredd bust next Thursday the 12th. As was suggested on the Discord, it'll be it'll be one of the first busts I've ever painted. I don't really do that much. But that should be a good time. I'm going to be drawing heavy inspiration from Simon Bisley's art style from 2000 AD. And I'll be very curious to see what Steela winds up doing. The very same White Wolf. Pardon me, I don't mean to clam up quite so much. I'm just like, I keep looking at the clock. I'm going to try to start the storm report at a reasonable time here, and I'm trying to get this leg done before we do. I'm not that suggestible, Project Dark Fox. I don't have to rant about things just because people mention them. I just do most of the time, that's all. Okay, I'm pretty suggestible. Your rants are very brief. Speaking of briefs, can I talk about briefs for a few minutes? No, I'm not going to rant about briefs. That's not going to happen. Like the more colorful style a lot, too. Yeah, there are a few different options you can go with for Dread, Steal a Rebel. A lot of his incarnations are very colorful. I particularly like Simon Bisley's kind of washed-out, dreary look that he gave him. Particularly his illustration for the crossover between Judge Dredd and Batman. Ooh, that's a good one. Why briefs are better than boxers, or vice versa, or why the in-between is best. Boxer briefs, my friend, boxer briefs. All of the containment of briefs. And, you know, for those of us out there who aren't Calvin Klein models and don't want to start a goddamn fire, it's just nice to have something on your thighs, you know what I'm saying? And I just lost 5 follows. That's my estimate. Just a little bit there to give some shape to the leg. A little touch up here. Let's get the inside of the thigh. Like the blue, green, yellow color scheme can be very dirty or very bright. Yeah, those don't, you kind of need to stick to those colors because they're so iconic of his uniform. Like his boots are green, his gloves are green, his elbows and knees are green, and yeah, gold, yellow for the shoulder pads and the badge and the belt buckle certainly, and then the pouches on his belt are always green. And then the helmet is obviously the black and red. I think there's some leeway in how you do the black, because he's wearing like black leather that winds up blue a lot because he was animated for comic books. But you can play with that a bit. I particularly like the colors that they chose for the movie Dread, because if you pay attention, he does have all those colors. All the stuff on his belt is green. His boots don't appear to be green, but I assure you, having studied the props, they are green, a very, very dark green. His gloves are not green, though there are some versions of the props that were spray-painted green. They didn't actually use them in the movie. And then obviously the shoulder pads and the helmet. Yeah, we're still working on that. It'll probably be a little bit late for me and a little bit early for her. So we'll both be uncomfortable. It'll be perfect. Nice. Not bad work, all things considered, since we're coming up on the storm report just about now. But you can actually kind of see just the difference that a single layer of highlights makes. Since I've highlighted both of his legs with a single layer, they're going to get one more touch-up of white. But then his whole upper body is just base colors, and then the yellow has been highlighted, but none of the armor has. It really kind of shows off the difference that it makes. It feels good to be painting with acrylics again, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm glad that we've been doing oils lately, I'm glad I've been making myself learn how to do that, but this is just... it's just so much more familiar. And like I was saying at the beginning of the stream, when I'm painting in oils on stream, I find myself less connected with chat, just because I'm thinking more about every little thing that I'm doing, but we're getting better at that. With acrylics, I'm just kinda... I'm on autopilot. I have to think very little about what I'm actually doing, and it makes it easier. Thank you so much for saying... what did I finally agree to call you? I keep forgetting. I know we came up with something that was acceptable, and I can't remember what it was. It was 8 or something like that? Octo? Ooh, actually, before we start the storm report, I have one quick thing I do need to do. And yeah, I'm gonna get those weapons posted here in the near future, by the way. I've been working on 3D printable weapons for Warcaster. I need just a quick dab of Stynel Res. Who thinks in current year? I can't even mentally put in what current year is. Thinking is for fucking nerds, am I right? My Empyrean's base is getting closer than you might think. You might want to tune in Thursday, because I think that's probably what we're going to be working on the old tablet. I need to just real quick put a dab of primer on this little broken area on my Weaver here, because she fell off a shelf and she acquired a teeny bit of damage. A little exposed metal, get that covered up. There we go. That's weird, Hethrir, is after our game, this model just fell off its base. Like, it was sitting on the table out there, and I didn't touch it or anything, it just fell off its base. I just had to re-glue it. I don't know if it had been loosened from the time that I dropped it, and then our playing the game loosened it enough that it eventually, the weight took it off, but it came outside and it had fallen. You didn't have any major temperature shifts or anything in that time period, so I can't think of what would have done it, but... So let's take a look really, really quick at what we did towards the beginning of the stream. First of all, this worked beautifully. Kursala, the amethyst overlay that I did on this shoulder pad just to bring the highlights together. Drax, excellent to see you, my friend. Welcome in. This worked wonderfully for just kind of filtering and blending these colors together. Over here, I did the same thing with an oil paint. God damn, that really does lend to vibrancy, doesn't it? So in this particular case, the difference is just going to come down to... And I mean, this isn't to say that this is better. This is just much more saturated, and this is more desaturated, but this is because of how I started painting it in the first place. So I don't think I'm going to go with this on the rest of the figures. I'm going to keep using the sort of desaturated lavender purples and then blending them together with amethyst, but this is viable. as far as combining oil and acrylic paints, and I know that this is probably like really, really obvious to a lot of people, and I'm sure that there are people out there who do this already, but all this was a fairly chunky highlight job in acrylics, and then I just came in with some real thin down oil paint and just used it as a filter over top to blend the highlights together, and it's like... Did a moth just fly into my micro? What are you doing? Your time has passed, little moth. Moth season's over. Dumbass didn't get the memo. But as far as, like, this is a really viable technique, and again, I'm pretty sure other people are doing it, but just bear this in mind. If you don't want to oil paint all the way up from the base, just doing chunky highlights and doing most of your work in acrylics and then very thinly glazing over the oil colors that you want onto those highlights can yield really nice results. This is something I'm going to experiment more with. Kind of finding a place for oil paints in the world of acrylic painting. Nobody tells Stila, she does all oils. I like that a lot, though. All in all, I'm pretty happy with this ISA scheme. I want to get the rest of this squad done. I have so many more models to do in this scheme, you guys. I've got... Let's see what I've got. Since we're here, we have this second squad of ISA Paladin Enforcers to do. We have this squad of... Help me out. What are these guys called? I can't remember. They're assholes, and they have nonsense guns that use made-up words like phase trajectiles. Well, yeah, they look the same. Paladin Annihilators, they look the same, White Wolf, because they're the same model with a different gun. They're meant to be that. Yeah. They just have the underslung cannon is the only difference on these guys. Come here. Come here. Won't let me pick it up. Then we have two of these Iron Star Alliance Weavers, which, I'm sorry, they're in black primer, so of course I'm not really showing off the sculpt very well here. Black against black really gets the point across, but these Weavers are a significantly different sculpt, and these are going to be a lot of fun to do. And then a Paladin, I don't remember what his name is, Paladin Aegis, I want to say. He's got this big crazy backpack and this underslung cannon with a shield on the front of it. He'll be a fun paint job. Yes, Drax, this is Privateer Press. This is Warcaster Neo Mechanika. So, it's interesting you mention Infinity. I don't know, Drax, if you've seen... You follow news. You've probably seen that new material that they're casting in for Infinity. And I'll show you the one last one that I have here. There'll be two of these Paladin commanders who, again, same armor, but they got a shield and a sword and a little shoulder gun, and then I have my commander dude right here who's going to get a paint job, and that'll wrap up my ISA skirmish force. Yes! So I've used the plastic that they're working on, apparently. I have been told that it is the same as the dual cast plastic that they are using at Talon Games now for their new Cav Strike Ops minis. It's kind of fucking amazing. If it's the same stuff, which I'm pretty sure it is, I've got a number of pieces in that plastic around here. It's an incredible material, Drax. And this is the first time because, like, I don't like painting metal models. I say that as I'm here painting metal models, but the thing is, I really fucking love this game and these sculpts. And, it, you know, what can I say? I'm painting some metal. But I have not been terribly eager to jump into Infinity because I know that the entire range is in metal. If they are doing all of their new stuff, or if they're trying to move all their new stuff into that particular material, I am all fucking over it, because that material is great. It has like all of the strengths of PVC in that it holds paint really well, and it's flexible enough to not break if you drop it, you know, etc., but at the same time it can hold even fairly fine, narrow shapes. Like, usually spears get messed up if you try to do them in PVC because they bend and they droop, and now this stuff, like, I've got tank barrels that you can take it and fold the whole barrel in half 180 degrees and then release it, and it will relax itself back into. You like the little hand motion for that? That's really, really suggestive, isn't it? I'm telling you, Drax, I don't know if you've handled this stuff yet or if you've looked at it at all. If it's the same stuff that Talon is doing, it's a fantastic material, and I'm really excited to get my hands on it. Close up the old palette for the moment. Yeah, wiener jokes. Wiener jokes. Let me push the button. This will make you degenerates happy. That's what I've heard. And I'm probably going to pick up one of those new models just to test that out, White Wolf. But yeah, if it's the same material, you guys, like, this is fucking exciting. This is really exciting to have Infinity getting on board with this particular type of plastic. It's going to make a big difference. It's one of the only plastics that I'll get excited about outside of styrene, honestly. Let's go ahead and take a look at what folks have been posting to the Storm Reports today.
Alright, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorp pate and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Just adjusting my window a little bit here. Steela's gonna go get a little bit of brekkie. You enjoy that, Steela. And for the love of God, have a fucking mug of coffee. What are you doing here before your coffee? That's insane. Like, somebody needs to call social services on you because clearly you can't take care of yourself if you're jumping into a stream before having your coffee. I'm worried about you, Steela. I'm worried. Yeah, good job, everybody. You delayed the Storm Report. Thanks for that. You can blame Drax. I'm honored to have Drax in the stream, but definitely let's blame him for some stuff while we're at it. Oh, man. Alright. Why am I at the bottom of this? Oh, this is general... Oh, my God. Whoops. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? What are we talking about Tob Habercorn for? What's wrong with us? There we go. That's much better. Yeah, it would be a black screen because at the very least... Ooh, thank you. At the very least, the way I have it set up, it won't pull up my Discord window unless it's very specifically in the Storm Report. Chaotic. I don't know about that, Chaotic. I don't know at all. What was I just brought? Ooh. I got snacks. I was just brought food. What is this? Is this a Doritos taco? From Taco Bell? I think it is. I'm gonna eat it. That's what we're gonna do, chat. If you weren't annoyed enough by this stream, I'm about to eat a fucking taco. But it's either that or let it get cold. The only thing worse than a Doritos Locos taco is a cold one. Yeah. Think about that, Chaotic. You definitely want one now. Nom, nom, nom. You can post it, Chaotic. You can post it to next week's Storm Report, but you can be first. How about that? Alright, let's see what we got here. Up first from Wolverine DH, Mycopus Battle Armor Design for 6mm mech scale. Ooh. It's even animated, look at it go. I love that Wolverine's been posting printed and painted examples of his stuff. Because it's the kind of thing where you don't really get the effect of it until you see a physical example. That's some nice looking battle armor there. I love the basing work that this person did on it. I particularly like how the base is set down in some similar looking terrain. Very nicely done. Look at them grabby claws. This is disgusting. It's just a taco that's covered in Doritos dust. Why is this a thing? couple painted items from Roland here. Now, this is the Long Tom proxy for Battletech from Deathrite? Was this that one, Roland? Look, Shock, just because I'm disgusted by it doesn't mean I'm not going to eat it, okay? Who do you think you're talking to? Yeah. I'm going to die. I'm going to choke on a taco live on stream. Oh, God. The Irving from Deathray Design. Yeah, guys, I don't know if you guys have looked at Deathray Design lately. If you're into 6mm stuff, you know, Battletech, tanks, planes, even some infantry, mechs, go look at what Deathray Designs is doing right now. They've had a number of restocks over with Fortress Games and Minis, so you can get their stuff very easily. They have a huge number of tanks, aircraft, vehicles, a number of mech designs, like really, really impressive stuff. Austin over at Deathray Designs has just been struck by the design bug recently and has been going absolutely crazy. And all their stuff is of really high quality. Nice paint job on this, by the way, Roland. And I do apologize. I don't normally eat things when I'm on stream. But, given that it was just handed to me, the alternative was letting this cool to room temperature before eating it. And that's not a good time for anybody. Especially not for me. What is this? Oh my god, this is a crunch wrap. Okay, let's get through the storm before. Oh my. Apparently it was Taco Bell night tonight. I live in a small town. It's one of the only things we got. Up next, it looks like you've been working on a Commando. And this is your Free Worlds League paint job that you're doing, right, Roland? With the purple and the green. You're so suggestible, Chaotic Harmony. So suggestible. Mercenaries. Okay, was it... I thought you mentioned it was First Free Worlds League affiliated or descended from, perhaps? You live in Texas Wombat Combat. You're not allowed to look down on the rest of us who occasionally have to go to fucking Taco Bell to get a taco. Go to one of the 9 Tex-Mex joints on the block that you live on and enjoy it for me. How about that? Ugh. I miss that about Texas so much. You just walk out your door, walk in any given direction, stop at the first fucking restaurant you see, chances are it's a Tex-Mex place, and chances are it's pretty fucking good. Well, I'm liking the color division overall, Roland. He's looking a little shiny, but I wager you were going to toss a wash down after this. I like the silver fists and the silver SRM right there in the center. He's a little blurry up towards the head, though. I would love a more focused shot of his head to get a look at how that yellow is arranged. Expatriates from the Free Worlds League due to their commander being exiled after his hereditary position was taken. Bastards! I'll form my own goddamn mech company. And we'll include more green and yellow. Really nice work, Roland. Thank you for sharing. Here we have from Shock21. Liked how my first 2 Tyrants came out. Got 3 more, so here's all 5. Still need to do the bases, but I'm very happy with how the posing and paint came out. Ideas on how to paint the broken mech parts. Making sure all 5 of those did in fact get on screen there. It is quite the arrangement. As far as how to paint the broken mech parts you have there on the base that he is stepping on, I would say pick your favorite, or in this case, least favorite clan, and have it be them, because these are definitely Inner Sphere mechs. Your blue and yellow, I know that it's like stereotypical, but Jade Falcon is like really, really easy. Because green will contrast really well with the colors that you already have. It would only be repeated in the cockpit glass that you have there, so the balance will be really nice across the whole mini. You know, if you're looking for something that will be most aesthetically pleasing, I would say go with something in a green. I like how this dude in particular, we got a couple like fist pumps going on here. The posability of the Tyrant is really on display here. This is particularly nice. Just right there. You could do, yeah, if you were going Inner Sphere, which I guess this is an archer leg, isn't it? So maybe you want to do that. You could go with Lyrens or Lao pretty easily. But broadly, sticking to a green or a red is going to yield the most pleasing count. Those are Annihilator parts? Oh. Are they really? This just looked like an archer leg to me for some reason. I don't know why. I think that's a good way to pick it, though. Pick a color that's going to complement your paint job, and then worry about who it belongs to later. Here we have from Nanotank's continuation of the ancient Greek mythology, King Leonidas. Ooh. Look at this dude's fucking thigh muscles. You know he doesn't skip leg day. I like how you painted the scar tissue, too. Really nice shading on the red. It's both, it's vibrant and it has depth, but it's not veering too far into orange territory, which I can tell if you took it much higher than this, you would be veering into orange, but it all still reads as a very nice red while still having some nice deep shadows. Same on the shield here. Looks like you didn't go quite as high on the shield, which I think actually benefits the look. Because highlighting fabric and highlighting hard surfaces are two very different things. I like the wood grain texture that you've got here on the spear. Nice work on the basing as well. Definitely like how you've done the scar tissue on the thighs. And very effective highlighting, particularly on the crest on the helmet here. You can just tell. You can tell how angry he is, even from here. I like the flesh tones. They're both ruddy, but they meld well with the red motif. The sort of bronze color that you have for all the metal plays really well. It's tricky to do bronze without it winding up looking kind of brassy, but you've still got some of those coppery red tones in there that I think really help to sell it. King of the Spartans. Certainly angriest of the Spartans. Also the best dressed of the Spartans. I was going to say, I thought the other guys were bare-chested. I guess when you're king, they let you wear a breastplate. That's probably the primary benefit of becoming king of the Spartans, is they let you go into battle with something on your chest. I think I remember reading that in a history book, and certainly not nowhere. Particularly the highlighting that you've done on the fabric here has paid off very nicely. The king and his telephone pole. It is quite a spear, and he is also a head taller than anybody else here. Woof. What a king he is. Gave him the good stuff, plus he's bigger. I just assumed that he was a giant of a man. Why the hell not? Why does it have to be metaphorical? It could be quite literal as well. That is a damn good looking group of Greeks, Nanotanks, and thank you for sharing that with us, particularly with the king added in. Here we have from Mafik, the German super heavy tank E100 and its master for those who own the tank in the game. E100 super heavy, and the people who own her being utterly emasculated by the massive armor-plated waifu. I like how you've kind of worked in the World War II German-style helmet shape up here, Mafik. Big old nasty. Yes, she does look a little too pleased. A little too pleased, perhaps, considering what she would have been used for. Oh my god. He's like, what? Just don't look at me. It's okay. It's fine. Everything's fine. I don't regret any of the decisions I've made in my life. Nice work on that one, Mafik. Well, I own some of the old brick Hasbro toys back in 2013, called Creo Transformer Micro Changers, which is a small minifigure. All of them are Decepticons and Motormaster on the far right. I bought at the flea market. Oh yeah, shit, they are Decepticons. What do you know? They're like Megatron back here and everything. I've never seen these before. Huh. I particularly like the Starscream style helmet we have. What would that be? Jetfire? I can't remember which one was yellow. I thought Jetfire was red. Either way, it's definitely the style of head that all those jet transformers had. Well, that's a fucking cool set. That's something worth hanging on to, Mafik. Fucked up the mouth so you covered it? Oh, that I just assumed that she had like a piece of fabric over it or something. Sunstorm. I don't remember Sunstorm. Was he Generation 1? Shit. Creo did a whole bunch of Transformer stuff. My kids have a few. Wow, I missed that toy line entirely. But thank you for sharing that with us, Mafik. Yeah, hold on to those. Those are pretty cool. Oh, I guess I could have looked. Spinister, Scorponok, yeah, I figured with the claws. Sunstorm, Yellow Piss, Starscream. You know, I thought it, but I wasn't going to say it, and then you went and you wrote it. Crankstart from Transformers Revenge of the Fallen Comics, Galvatron, the one wearing the purple armor vest, Waspinator at the far back, and Motormaster. Waspinator, what do you know? I think he first showed up in the UK Marvel Comics. Yeah, that would probably be why I missed him entirely. If it doesn't come from, like, the G1 Transformers cartoon, I'm more or less out of the loop, and honestly, more... Thank you for sharing those with us today, though, Mafik. I always love seeing, like, toy collections, or particularly if you have something from your childhood, and think it's going to fire up that little bit of nostalgia to break through the ever-thickening crust of cynicism around my dead heart. I'm in favor of it. It was G1. Well, it wasn't in the cartoon, so that doesn't count. I don't remember him because the error was in only one scene in late G1. Blink and miss it. Yeah, I was probably blinking or just running around shrieking like the fairly young child that I was. Here we have from Hethrier, Execrator Nick. This is another good example of how the Privateer Press guys have just started taking random words and jamming them together with no real thought. Execrator. Execrator, that's a word, apparently. You know what? Whatever. Yeah, let's deal with it. Hang on. Execrator Nix for my Empyreans would look real cash money with some basing. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix that. Goddamn, Hethrier. Goddamn. Hethrier is quickly becoming the kind of painter I can point to as an example of, and I hope that this is taken in the best possible way, why blends in a lot of cases don't matter. Because these are real chunky highlights, but they're done in such a way that the whole model looks so fucking good. Another good example of this is the painter. He's on Instagram and Facebook, Paint My Little World. The guy's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And when you really look close at his work, there are no transitions. There are no blends. He doesn't give a shit about blending. He just goes color, 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 color with these big chunky highlights. But it's so visually effective. It can show how important it is to just pick the right colors from the start and how you can kind of figure everything else out as you go. First of all, Hethrier has made some amazing color choices on this army in general. And secondly, damn. Such a good eye for where those highlights need to land. Yeah, it definitely, oh my god. I'm blown away by this, Hethrier. And I'll be blown away by it the next game that we play, because as we discovered, the Empyreans are bullshit. Absolute bullshit. I'm sorry. A Nova Cannon and two-phase projectile cannons. Fuck you, Hethrier. Fuck you and fuck your Warjacks. I'm so bitter about that fucking Nova Cannon. Why does it have spray and immolate? Yeah, I'll bet he has it too. Fuck, of course he does. Whatever, I still won. So fuck your Empyreans. This, by the way, yeah, this is the vehicle for the new Empyrean faction for the very game that I've been painting models for tonight, Warcaster Neo Mechanika from Privateer Press. This came out with Kickstarter too. There's some really, really cool vehicle models. These are all light vehicles. They're going to be coming out with larger ones later, and I'm excited to see where they land. God, the Empyrean stuff is so weird looking. I'm so taken by this combination of the kind of blue lavender and the red magenta that you have. It's remarkably striking and well done. It's an interesting example of temperature contrast, because you'd think these colors would be close, but they're just not. They're just not. Really well done. Dragon Pup, why you gotta go telling me things like that? Why you gotta do that to me? ISA's newest Warjack has spray and strafe. That's their big one, right? The one that's in their, Hey, you know what? Eternus is getting some tricks too, pup. The fucking Nico Sphinx looks pretty badass, and some of the abilities, now, other than having to sacrifice one of my own dudes every turn from somewhere on the board, which is admittedly a pain in the ass, some of our new abilities are pretty exciting. At least we don't have just a bunch of infantry that depend on stealth anymore. Well, we still have those, but we're not getting more of them, and that's something. Alright, let's see what we got next. Here we have from POV42. I think my latest Desert Bus Max the Zeta Shift Archer came out really, really well. Purple, as it turns out, is a great color that I love working with. What do you know? Me too. And you mentioned POV 42, you were using some of Rainy River Design's Amethyst overlay for this. I really, really like it so far. It's a fantastic overlay for doing this, just broadly blending together purples, particularly if they're slightly bluer purples. Don't start doing this. Don't Hethrir and Dragon Pup start going back and forth about how all the factions they play are just better than the faction that I play. God, I get enough of this shit from Hethrir as it is. At least when we die, we go... Actually, does the Eternus Continuum believe in an afterlife? I think their afterlife is just like cybernetic ascension, so dying isn't really a good thing for them. The Amethyst, the base overlay over your undercoat, it brought it together really nicely. Bluer highlights on the darker purple was the secret weapon here. Yeah, the Amethyst definitely has a more blue tone than a red tone to it, so if you're leaning into like lavenders and blue purples, it's going to bring those together very, very nicely. I love the choice of the green in particular on the cockpit glass. Really nice lensing job, and I'm digging the hand-sculpted road you've got there, POV. We've seen a number of these mechs that you've been working on. I kind of like this one the best so far. That last red one came together well, but damn. This one really, really sells it. Why isn't there an ender bed? Oh, because it didn't come with glass, and I took that one off my other printer, White Wolf. It is an ender glass bed, but I just swapped it from an ender. And it has the same print bed area, so it didn't make any difference. Orange and yellow, pray for me. I will, POV 42. You're about to get into a world of hurt. Here we have a little bit of heraldry painted on top there for reference. And there's our Zeta. Bing, bang, boom. Nicely done, particularly for handwork. I love the two stripes kind of highlighting it on either side. POV 42, very, very well done. And thank you for sharing with us. Latest and greatest from the word of Blake, 80-ton legacy. No keyshot renders for the white version. White just doesn't show up well. With how I do mine, it ends up looking grayscale. I could see that. Just can't get a pure white on a black background. It's tricky. White's always a tricky color, even in rendering, but holy moly, look at this finished bad boy. I am loving the way these legs came together, man. The hoof-like... It's very, very much like a hoof. Look at that. But I love the nasty little triangular cross-section on the front of it. Evil little grabby claws and everything. I'm not usually into Word of Blake mechs. Like, at all. This is working for me. The turrets are absurd. They're like full tank turrets that just happen to be stapled onto the shoulders, and yet somehow this is working for me. It's all balanced. Weirdly, but it is balanced. These cannons are ridiculous. Maybe that's why I like it. I can't say for sure. Really fucking fantastic work, Ion Raptor. And guys, again, if you're not following Ion Raptor, go give this man a follow. You want to see him work on shit like this, these 3D models live on his stream, this is what he does. This is what he does. Go follow him, check out his next stream. He'll even tell you what he's doing as he does it if you want to learn. And there's lots of funny little complex curves worked in here, and I wanted to tell you, Ion Raptor, I see them. I know that it can feel funny sometimes because they're really, really hard to do, and people will just gloss over them, but I see each and every one of them, man. A really nice work on this. Yeah, I think the hoof feet really bring it together. Nicely done. Here we have from Severe. Sorry, a bit dark in areas. One of my studio lights burned out and the replacement bulb show. Yeah, we were reading about that earlier. I'm so sorry you've been having trouble with lighting, Sphere. I'm digging the work that we have on the Destroyer here. We really went all in on the green for the top of the Destroyer's weird little hover carapace, but I dig it. The green and the orange with a little bit of silver to separate them. I continue to love this Necron paint scheme. I think that you could lean real heavy, Sphere, into doing some, like, serious value modulation across your greens, because you're doing them, like, on the shoulders, and it's like you can see here how dark it is right here compared to how light it is down here. Like, if you leaned into this sort of real dark to light gradient for this lime green, like, this is the perfect place to practice that, and I think it would pay off absolutely beautifully. The orange is so vibrant. It looks so damn good. But then you've got a lot to paint. So I understand if you are keeping it a little bit simpler, particularly for some of those bright colors like green. Oh, did you get another one in? Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it then, Sphere. Here we have from Lore Friendly. And with that magnetized, I have both combat patrols built. Now just to take the time this week to prime, spray, and detail as much as I can. This is definitely the lion's share of the work, though. This is absolutely the lion's share of the work. Magnetizing this beast is not easy, but it looks like you've done a damn fine job at it. I actually wound up using rods for a lot of these pieces, just to slide them in and out instead of magnetizing them. It saved me a little bit of a headache, but of course I didn't tell you that before you went and magnetized everything anyway, so I guess maybe I'll just shut up and congratulate you on a job well done instead. I'm looking forward to seeing this guy in that green scheme that you've been laying down, Lore Friendly. Really nice work. Here we have from Rio. There was a t-shirt discussion by Squared and Kursala earlier today, and I've been toying with that idea for quite some time. I need to put it down on paper before I forget. Excuse the lines, as there's not a single damn straight edge in this building I'm in. Oh, hey. That's pretty cool. It's the logo, and then it's Blunderthud. And what am I doing? Am I doing like the Neo? I'm like, huh. Is that the implied motion of the hand there? I like how you get sort of a glimpse of the internal mechanical workings of the thumb as he's reaching forward. Yeah, I was gonna say, man, I see a lot of straight lines. I don't know what the fuck you're complaining about. Outstretched with... Oh, there's a mini in his hand! Oh! I read this as the mechanisms of the thumb, but no, that's a little mech. I see it now with his little arms and his little legs and his little head. Oh my god! Okay. I get it now. I'm digging it. This is pretty cool. Rio, I'm going to give you a very broad thumbs up on this design, and I would like very much to continue to see this developed. I would wear this on a t-shirt. If I'm the only person who gets this t-shirt, I would be happy with that. But I think that we can spread it even a little bit wider than that. Really, really nice work on this, Rio. I don't deserve the amount of work that you have done artistically for this stream, Rio. Seriously, holy fucking shit, man. Thank you so much. We need to do some more work with the Blunderthud art that you've done, and I'm hoping to get that done this fall, integrated more into the stream. Really impressive stuff. Think you might try to work a darker green into the shadows and try maybe a blue undercoat? That's a good idea, Severe. Using a blue undercoat is going to help. You can also, don't be afraid on your greens to work in contrasting shadows. This sounds counterintuitive, but if you feel like working red into your green shadow, you might be surprised at how good it can look. Maybe try it out. Try it out on just like one model. Mix yourself a nice deep green shade and then mix in a little bit of dark red. Just a little bit of dark red. And then brush that in there and see if you don't like the result once it's had time to dry. A sticker would be good too. Looks like a G1 Archer since it's the default Raal Partha stance that doesn't have antenna. Yeah, I guess it's got the two big pods on the side. And then the kind of small shoulders, so it's definitely not an MWO Archer. I'd buy that. Good eye, WJ. Good eye. Uh-oh. It took me a second. I forgot that I wrote that. So what buttons do I have exactly? I have Start Stream with Spinning Cat. That's just accurate. That's actually what the button looks like. Complete with the Spinning Cat. Ban Chaotic, a button I frankly don't push anywhere near enough. Elbow Rocket button, again, that's just accurate. That appears to be a... Oh, it's break time, and there's a picture of a toilet. Taco dispenser, that's a wonderful idea. I should really get my people working on that. Obtain the Storm Report when you purchase the Rant DLC. Buy now from EA. Oh, getting compared to EA. I don't know if I was ready for that. That hurts. That hurts, Rio. The toilet is smoking a cigar. Is that what it's doing? I was hoping that was a cigar or something anyway. And of course, yes, it's that button is also disabled. It's It's not even really an option. Oh, but thank you for that, Rio. Yeah, this is... It is a bizarre feeling to have as many talented artists kind of gathered around me as I have begun to acquire since I've started streaming and since this community got going. I am incredibly lucky to have people like Rio, and let's keep going. Let's keep going. I want this to be the cover page of the coloring book. Oh god. Here we have from Kursala. Since I now have finalized the Minotaur and Cyclops tanks, I decided to take some really nice renders for the website. Did these in Max. They're so much better than the crappy ones from Blender. Yeah, Blender's one of those things where if you learn how to use the rendering utilities, you can do some really, really nice renders, but it has a huge learning curve. And there are definitely programs out there that have simpler rendering with kind of a lower ceiling. Like, you're never going to get the renders to be potentially as high, but with a lot less work, you'll get the lower ones to look a lot better. This definitely sells the proportions and the perspective a lot better on the Minotaur tank. Nice looking render. Let's have a look at the next one. Oh yeah, and then the Cyclops with his various attachments. I'm never going to not see Roberto on the front of it, but I think that that's just sort of the price that we pay for having ever watched Futurama. Really nice looking renders. Pretty badass looking little vehicles. I can't wait to see some more of these getting printed out, Kursala. Nicely done. You guys can always hit, by the way, ! Rainy River right there in chat to get a link to Rainy River Designs, where you can find a number of Thunderhead Studios merch, number of pieces, t-shirts, and fucking mugs, and all kinds of fun stuff, and also their very own really awesome line of acrylic paints. They do flock, like for basing, and they're going to be doing their own models here pretty shortly. As you might have noticed, or if you're interested in picking something like this up for your Battletech table, definitely go check out Rainy River Designs. Here we have from Wombat Combat, almost done. Just need to wash down the metals, finish the gunner and some lenses, and I think we can call it a done deal after some weathering. Oh, that's working nice. That looks fucking classy. This is just, this is... And again, I always hope that my honest remarks about people's painting are received in the best possible way, Wombat Combat. I like to be as honest as I can be in my assessments. This is a great example to me of just a very competent paint job. Like, this isn't the paint job. This paint job isn't going to blow anybody's fucking shirt off or anything like that. But all the details have had attention paid to them. All of the painting techniques are, as I said, very competent. I think the color choices are excellent. It's very clean. The highlights are simple but effective. The color choices are good. And again, I hope that this is taken in the spirit in which it's given Wombat Combat. This is a very competent paint job. It's just effective. All the details pop out at you. The right pieces are highlighted. I think you made the right color choices for almost everything.
I heard you liked battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
Oh god, I hope not. And is that the color you're going with for your Skitarii? That kind of gray-white robe? And notice the guy hanging out on top at the cupola up here. Because I like that. I like that. I'm not gonna do that, Wombat Combat. I'm not gonna say you are a competent painter. I believe it's true. I'm not necessarily gonna say it. I'm just gonna say what I can prove, and what I can prove, Wombat Combat, is that this is a very competent paint job. This is, for the amount of time that you've been painting models, this is probably way better than you have any right to be doing. So fucking good job, dude. You deserve to feel proud of this one. Oh, the printer's running. Oh, no, it got done. It finished. Okay, yeah. I'll have to pop that off in just a few minutes, Darkheart. Really nice work. One more round, just a few more details. Skulls need to be bisected and some wires painted green. You're going to do the full Crux Mechanicus. That's nice. I think we'll be ready for weathering. I'm pretty excited to finally put this model down. Okay, yeah, it looks like he acquired kind of a dark blue color to his robes, and then he's got red shoulder pads and armor. Interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing some Skitarii that you work on. So you're going to go over each Crux Mechanicus and do some hand detailing? I think that's a good direction to push yourself in. We got to keep choosing things that we're not necessarily the most confident, comfortable with, and pushing ourselves a little bit further each time. I think that that's going to be a good detail. It'll add a little bit more visual interest to some of those parts. Really, really nicely done. Chaotic, you know that I give honest critique of everything that I see. I may want to, in the deepest, most pandering part of me, every time someone posts something, just go, oh, this is amazing, even when it's not true. But I don't think that that really helps people who are learning to paint. I would much rather give as honest an assessment as I can while focusing on the best parts of it. And I think that that has yielded some really, like, I think due to that, I've had the pleasure of watching some painters who are just getting started start to come up and really find their own skills and develop meaningfully. Painters like Chaotic Harmony, painters like Darkheart X9, painters like Wombat Combat Prime. And the fact that you guys stick around and keep sharing your work with me is inspirational as hell. Ion Raptor, you get some sleep, man. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for posting in the Storm Report. It is always a pleasure to see you in chat, dude. You have a good night. Speaking of Chaotic Harmony, since I haven't done much painting here... Why did my brain just stop working midway through that sentence? Since I haven't done much painting, have the most extreme case of you versus the guy your Primarch told you not to worry about. Why's it gotta be like this? Why's it gotta be like... Wait... I don't think you know how much this hurts me, Chaotic. I love the Predator tank. It's such a classic. I love all the old STC Space Marine tanks, and the Repulsor is so... It's ugly. It's an ugly son of a bitch of a tank. And you gotta come in here, and you gotta directly compare the Repulsor to the Predator? What are you trying to do to me, man? This is terrible. I feel bad. I'll tell you, Chaotic, I'd choose the one on the left. You asked me honestly, I would choose the one on the left. Fucking Repulsor tanks. You know, Repulsor looks exactly like it fits in the normal Imperial parking lot. I don't know. I'm not going to turn this into a rant about 40k. I'm not going to turn this into a rant about 40k. I'm not going to turn this into a rant about 40k. I'm not going to rant about 40k. I'm not going to... Nice builds, Chaotic. Good job building. Good job building the models, man. That's awesome. It's great. Fucking son of a goddamn Repulsor, motherfucker, with your fucking guns on top of guns and your big pieces of stupid fucking thing. Son of a the Predator. The Predator's a perfectly good tank. Okay.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
Good work, Chaotic Harmony. Thank you for posting. Oh my god. Here we have from To Square, been playing around with retrograde minis, sprites for Lancer, and I have inspiration for a color scheme. Oh shit. That's interesting. It's kind of like the red and white Narn Shatter camo and then just yellow on one side, which is a challenge to paint, but certainly possible. I still need to play Lancer. What I need is someone else to run Lancer, because otherwise I'm going to wind up running Lancer on my fucking stream, and I guess I'm DM until the day that I fucking die. Do you guys have any idea? I should be keeping score. I should be keeping like some actual ratio of the number of times I've gotten to play tabletop RPGs versus the number of times I've been forced to fucking DM. It'd be a crazy ratio. To Square, thank you for the reminder so I don't slouch like an idiot. Oh, get my lumbar support up. I do want to play Lancer, though. It seems very, very cool. And these are some real nice sprites. I hadn't seen these before. I'll be excited to see that get put down on some mechs. White Wolf, thank you kindly. Alright. Here we have from Sumitha, still arguably the best meme of all time. I really enjoyed that movie. It is not the most well-regarded of the Punisher movies, but damn it. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Particularly this scene. It's very amusing. And yeah, he was totally wearing like the straight-up Waldo shirt. Like it was a little bit ridiculous. Here we have from Darkheart X9 just a few more details and attach that beautiful head. Darkheart has also come a really, really long way in painting in a very short period of time. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that head get glued on there too. I mean, you definitely have, like, there's definitely areas that you will be able to continue to grow and improve. Fairly simple ones that'll be easy to nail down and find techniques for, but man, you have a great eye. You have a fantastic eye, particularly for building, and you have a great imagination for kit bashing. Some of the bikes that you put together are really nice looking. I don't know, WJ. I'm sure there's an answer to that question. You might even have it. I don't have it. I know that it's a thing. Hell yeah, Darkheart. Make it happen, man. Yeah, the rear's completely custom. You did all this yourself. And it came off nice, man. You got the eye for kit bashing, and I'm excited to see when this guy gets finished. Here we have from Riot Sister. Ayo! There you go. Wait, what happened here? Riot Sister, are you making bases? Are these bases that are based with Rainy River Designs flocking? Is that what I'm to take away from this? Because Rainy River Designs has some pretty damn fine flocking. All these are yours, Dark. Oh, okay. I don't know why. I saw Riot Sister and I was like, is she doing miniature bases? And as I was looking at it, I was thinking, it looks like how Darkheart based his, and I didn't see your name because it's in dark blue. Derpy Doo. Well, I was going to give Riot Sister all the credit. These are interesting pieces. What are these? These oddly shaped chunks that we have up here. Like, where did you get them from? I'm loving the colors. Just scrap, huh? Okay, yeah, I guess they're like support scrap. Okay. I love how you've done the kind of blue-gray, and then it's balanced against this sort of rust orange, and then, yeah, we got the flocking on the sides. Nice-looking bases. Or the models attached to the plates. Yeah. Yeah, supports. That's a really good use for them. I had not considered that, but it gives you some interesting and unusual shapes without really having to put much thought into it. And the rocks are stone, like broken slate and such like that. Well, nice-looking bases, Darkheart. Like I said, man, you got a hell of an eye for it. Let's come down here. We got some better pics of Thunder Road. So we're going to have a bunch of, which models are going to go on these bases, Darkheart? Shattered Asphalt. Yeah, you kind of get the feeling like it all fit together at one point. And they all line up. Oh, yeah, I see. That's pretty cool. Okay, I dig it. Now, which models specifically are going to go on these bases, Darkheart? I'm curious. Linked together, if you line them up. That's a really good thing to do, particularly if a lot of people will build like diorama display sets, so you can kind of bring all your models in on a tray, and if you line the models up just right, all the bases kind of blend into one another. The attack bikes Kursala printed for you? Fuck yeah, I look forward to seeing all those together. And the Scorched Earth blend on the edges, very, very nicely done. Here we have from Sumatha, Operation Lancaster Thunderhead exclusive preview. There have been some big guns in the Storm Report, so I decided to bring some to the party. In the time of the Star League, there were Blackwater warships of all classes and sizes. Some were exorbitantly expensive, massively over-engineered ships featuring all of the latest technology. Some were much smaller vessels designed with affordability in mind, and others still managed to find a middle ground between the two. There were those that seemed to accomplish the impossible, jam-packing excellent technology and astonishing firepower into a relatively affordable, often smaller package. Allowing for mass production of powerful vessels that can function as devastating patrol and combat ships. Dreadnought Interstellar Industries proved to be the master of creating the latter, seemingly impossible vessels, blending exceptional combat effectiveness and affordability in a single package. While known for work on earlier vessels and ship designs such as the Redacted-class battleship, their first modern Blackwater warship was the Jackal-class destroyer. At 655 meters in length and 500,000 tons fully loaded, this vessel is the definition of a destroyer. Powerful and maneuverable, albeit far from the toughest ship ever created. The main guns of the Jackal are seemingly a throwback to the battleships of the Second World War, with each of these two assemblies carrying 3 Class 40 naval autocannons. While limited in terms of range, these massive guns are some of the most devastating ever created. While far from the only armament that the Jackal features, these main guns alone are enough to crack the hulls of much larger classes of warship with a single concentrated salvo. With its powerful engines capable of producing up to 4G of acceleration, with armor emphasis placed on the front of the vessel, the Jackal screams aggression, and is designed to meet its opponents head-on. Tactically, this allows it to minimize its target profile while engaging an opponent, a distinct advantage given its relatively small frontal profile compared to its rather long side profile and somewhat large top profile. Between its 2 dropship docking collars, 1 top, 1 bottom, and bays to support 24 aerospace fighters and 8 small craft, while still maintaining room for nearly 30,000 tons of cargo, the Jackal is an impressive base of operations in and of itself, even if it is designed to only operate as part of a larger fleet. Plog taking one of Cybern's older unfinished designs and making it look damn good. Ooh. I was wondering how the turrets were arranged as I was reading that. I like this. Kind of slung slightly off to the side, and then you've got these kind of long, sloping, almost nacelles coming off of it, giving me kind of an angled armor feel, you know? Data nerd. God, Plog really just, that has such a great sense of scale and depth and texture. I say it every time, but I mean it every single time, and it is freshly amazing every time I look at it. Yeah, looks like we got, like, it's studded with sort of little bays and whatnot. Looks like we got, like, a takeoff bay right down here, coming out of one of the 2 nacelles. Mean little ship, yeah. Bing, bang, boom, right there. Crack you right open. Fucking fantastic work, and thank you for sharing that with us today, Sumit. I really appreciate that. Allowing the 3rd entry of Darkheart, Riot Sister, thank you for taking care of that. Since I could do a 3rd submission and Katie Sackhoff came up, I choose to drop this meme. Oh yeah, I remember when this one first came out. Starbuck and Starbuck drinking Starbucks at Starbucks. It's almost like they did it on purpose. I met Dirk Benedict at a convention. He's a really nice guy. I never met Katie Sackhoff, but I have met Dirk Benedict, also known as Faceman from the A-Team. And of course Starbuck, from the classic Battlestar Galactica. It's all Battlestar, the whole meme is Battlestar Galactica White Wolf, which if you haven't watched either version of it, watch the new one, it's really good. And by new, I mean like, oh shit, that's like almost 2 decades old. I'm getting old, chat. And it sucks, I gotta tell you. Just one day at a time. Let's keep going. Here we have from White Wolf, no more cheap chrome plastic top on my dust collector thingy. Wicked opaque dioxazine purple is gorgeous. I have really come to love the pigment of dioxazine purple. It is so damn rich. Woof! Nicely done, look at that. Tasty. Got an action base for the first gun plat I put together. High-grade Gundam, the Origin Zaku 2 Char Zaku Red Comet version, wielding a lovely anti-ship rifle. Oh yeah, that, and I'll be using the shelf above the desk to display a few things, suppose that counts. Can I just say I've always loved Char's logic behind his rifle escalation? That Char himself was utterly appalled at the firepower that they brought to the table when they unleashed the first Gundam on them. Like, he was personally disgusted by the fact that they put a ship-class laser rifle on a mobile suit. And his answer to this was this. Goddamn. Yeah, it's like, oh, you've got a big gun? Let me fucking show you a big gun, bro. Leave it to Shard to just do everything a little bit extra. That is a lovely looking Zaku, and I love the flying base on it in particular. I mean, you see the Zaku in most mobile suits in the original Gundams in space so much that this pose almost seems more natural than it's standing on something. Really nice build on this one, though. And yeah, how about that fucking rifle? Overcompensating maybe a little bit much. ... Yeah, progress is slow on the Revel A10, because for some strange reason they not only decided each wing landing gear assembly should be 10 freaking parts, oh my god, really? But they all interconnect and the instructions are ever so vague. Getting there on the assembly, but if it isn't annoyingly large gaps, it's parts that don't fit together properly. There's neither of those, it's weird tolerances that aren't quite there either. Cobra Assault Cannon, state of the art. Bang bang. I like it! Oh god, I've got to get those clips, Sumitha. 10 parts? Why? That could easily have been maybe 2. Can you at least assemble it in multiple configurations? That would at least explain why it has more than 3 pieces to it. That's painful. I wish you luck in assembling those. I mean, it's going to be a nice kit when you're done, but damn. 10 parts on something that's going to be on the underside of a model. That's rough. Real rough. Nope, only one day. Well, then what the That's just cruel, then. Absolutely cruel. Oh, still nice looking assembly at the very least. And yeah, absolutely some condolences. Trinity Flapjacks win. Pancake Bot 2.0. You know, sometimes I think that humanity can't get any dumber. We have sunk as low as we can possibly sink. We have done the worst thing that we can do. And then we go and we do something like this. And totally redeem ourselves. This is fucking magical. Just printing a pancake right onto a griddle. Why didn't I think of this before? Oh my god. The only question is, how much is it gonna cost for me to get... I can program this thing to make me pancakes while I'm asleep. I can wake up to pancakes. This is amazing. And yeah, now we can have middle finger... I mean, technically we could do that before Kursala. It would just take slightly more effort. Let's keep going. Here we have from Sphere. Batch painting 13 models right now. 10 warriors, 2 heavy destroyers, and a warden. Hoping to finish them up tonight and get to work on Scorpec destroyers / Lord and 5 immortals on Thursday. They're coming along real nice, though. I do love it. I've already complimented this color scheme once this stream, but I like it. I like it a whole damn lot. These new Immortal models are pretty hot, too. I like the sort of little cartouche motif that they have around their neck. Only 300. Okay, that's a fucking ripoff. I'm sorry, I can get a real 3D printer for 150. Bring down the pancake printer a little bit, guys. That's a damn lot of Necrons. I believe in you, Sphere. I believe in you. Even with your lights fucked up, you're gonna pull this off, man. I like your little painting handle that has the, like, pop bottle screw top, though. That's nice. That's a Warden? See, I don't even know what models they have anymore. I assumed it was an Immortal. What's a Warden? Guys, what's a Necron Warden? I've never heard of this before. My knowledge of Necrons is nearly a decade out of date. I know they got new flayed ones recently. Are pariahs still a thing? Pariahs were cool, right? I think. They have acquired a whole bunch of lore since the last time I built any of them. A new HQ guy. Okay, something other than a lord. Interesting. No pariahs? Wait, no. Are you serious? Pariahs are gone? I don't like that. I thought the pariahs were neat. The pariahs were some, like, actually interesting story development that they had given to the Necrons. So now on stream, I'm apparently going to play a file titled Fuck You Community Final, which is interesting. Hang on, let me see if my audio is set up to do this real quick. I didn't check it before I started. Just give me a second. Let's see, that's on D. Alright, hang on, I need to adjust this. Alright. Alright. Let's see what we got here.
Fuck you, community! If you're dumb enough to buy our box sets this weekend, you're a big enough smudge to sub to Warhammer Plus. Bad models, kits that aren't filled, thieves! If you think you're gonna find a new Chaos Codex, you can kiss my ass! It's our belief that you're such a stupid motherfucker, you'll fall for this bullshit. Guaranteed! If you find an IP infringer, report it before we find your ass! You heard us right, report it before we find your ass! Bring your money, bring your models, bring your money! We'll fuck it! That's right, we'll fuck your money! Because at Games Workshop, you're charged 6 ways from Sunday. Take a hike to an official store, home of challenge simping. That's right, challenge simping. How does it work? If you can simp all over Reddit and not get tired of it, you get a free mini. Don't wait, don't boycott, don't fuck with our IP or we'll sue your nuts off. Only at Games Workshop, the company that tells creators to fuck off. Hurry up, asshole. This event ends the minute the scalpers write us a check, and you better not recast or you're a dead motherfucker. Go to hell. Games Workshop Minis, England's sleazy as an exclusive home of the best Warhammer animations on the internet, guaranteed.
Guaranteed, because they'll fucking sue you otherwise. Now, I have to note something. I have to note a mild inaccuracy in this particular voice clip. They will not actually give you a free miniature for simping on Reddit. They won't even do that much, and people are simping for literally nothing. Like that's giving them, frankly, too much credit. Even in a comedic format. Yeah, that's, wow. Fair enough. But that will bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus, the end of tonight's stream. Hey, my buttons worked! It didn't fuck anything up! Did you see that? We had a scene transition, and the camera is the right camera. It's amazing. It's amazing. Eventually I'll do the right thing enough times in a row that I won't have to fucking celebrate it each time. Who are we rating tonight, guys? Who are we rating? That has to be the question. Let's see who's on. Oh, Cinema Insomnia is going. Commander Mittens is painting some Eldar. Steep Tea. Some Blood, Carrot Knights, Frankie Carbone. Why don't we raid Steep Tea? I don't think we've ever raided Steep Tea, but he is a good painter. Let me make sure that he is still going to be going for a little bit. Looks like he's only been going for a little over an hour, so let's go ahead and get that rolling. Boom. And we're getting started. Oh my god, you guys. This has been a good Tuesday. This has been a good Tuesday. I've had fun this stream. We've got a lot of pretty decent work done. I need to do a little bit more on these guys, and I'll finally be able to post something new that I actually finished painting to Instagram. Won't that be a hell of a thing? Oh, thank you guys. Thank you to everybody who came out tonight. I really do appreciate you guys coming out, particularly on a Tuesday. It's like middle of the week. Nobody really wants to, it's like, paint some models, I don't know. What the fuck am I doing with my life? Apparently I'm spending it on Twitch, of all places. And a huge thank you to everybody who posted to the Storm Report. I always love seeing your work. And if you posted something work in progress, which a number of you did, please continue to post. I want to see where you get. I'm logging about 4 hours of painting for my Miniature Minutes tonight, and I'm going to post that up in the Miniature Minutes on Discord. Guys, if you're going to be logging your time along with me, please feel free to let me know if you hit any personal goals or anything. I'm not going to pressure you, because maybe your Miniature Minutes will reveal that you don't spend, that you spend like way too much time on shit. I don't know. We're going to find this out together, and that's the point. I will be back this Thursday. We'll be doing some 3D design in ZBrush. Sunday the 8th, I will be back to doing some oil painting on my Conquest minis, and then next Tuesday we're going to be doing Warcaster again. I'm going to go get something to eat. Quick thank you as always to my mod team. I wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. I'm going to send you off the Steep Tea now, so until next time, keep on painting.